Take it to the next level.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to Online Darts. And here we are, Pro Tour Live. It is Players Championship 8 in Niedenhausen, and we are bringing you all the action in one place so you can follow along for the next 6 hours or so. I'm Phil Bars, and as you can see, the box below is blank. Gob will be with us shortly. I think he overslept this morning like I did. Well, not I think, only 4 hours, Kip. Quick caffeine break, and we are back with you. But welcome along, everyone, in the chat room. It was an absolute fabulous day of darts yesterday. Will we have another one today? The Iceman, Gavin Price, can return to world number one if he doubles up from yesterday. Got a little bit lucky at times, but as he says, you need a little bit of luck to win any tournament, and he certainly had it yesterday. Welcome along, chat room. Who are we going for today then? Morning, Philip. Morning, Daniel. How are we all doing, Colin? It's all good. Of course, Juanita is in. Juanita, are you excited that the World Series is back, coming down under? But we will crack on with the action as always. Happy Mother's Day as well to all the mums out there. Simon Whitlock today. Hi, Matt. How are we doing? Just getting things ready. When does it start? Play starts in a couple of minutes' time. Morning, Wayne. Connor Scott. Yes, Daniel, going around after the stream is done. They're just clicking some buttons on the iPad. Games are starting to appear as warming up. Danny Noppert, Nathan Rafferty jumps out. That should be decent. Eric, yes, MVG is playing today. He is on board number 9, and he will play Radnik Sedensky. I'll check out his 80 tops, 10 tops. Good darts, well done, superb. I used to play to a half decent standard. Now, where I'm away a lot, I just have a chuck in the pub if I'm back and things like that. But used to play to half decent level, but not so much anymore. Get that laptop set up as well with the streams. Yes, Craig, MVG is playing today. Robert, I don't know. I haven't had a look at the streaming board yet. If someone can fill us in on who is on the streaming boards. Logging into my PDC TV. I'm good, Pete. Thank you. No, Charlie Peter Wright's not playing today. He's had the weekend off. Board 2 and 10. Cheers, Philip, as always. So, board 2, you will see Martin Schindler, Steve Beaton, Luke Peters, John Henderson, Gabriel Clemens against Peter Bergon, John Rodriguez, Mario van der Bogarde, and on board 10, you will see Danny Noppert, Nathan Rafferty, which is underway. I'll flick it up in a minute. Rusty Jake against Scott Waits, Kim Huybrechts, Barry Van Peer, and Thibaut Tricol against Jules Van Dongen. Why is that? 2 seconds. And as if by magic.
Hello, darling.
How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad, mate. You?
Yeah.
Shut up, you. Alive already. Idiot.
How are we doing?
All right, mate. How are you? Why is PDC TV not giving me the option of a second board? Who do we have? Martin Schindler and Steve Beaton, Nathan Rafferty, Danny Noppert. Charlie Shepherd. Is that a Notts County badge I spot? Morning, everyone. I'm going to steal 1 to 8 again, Phil, because I'm ready to go.
That's fine. Both stream boards are now up and playing as well, which is good. I have them loaded up, ready to go. It's always a bit of a rush on a Sunday. And feature game, I'm going with this one. I have a little bit of Chris Doby against Jermaine Watermina.
Ooh, I like that. going early, though, Phil. And I'm going to jinx the hell out of him. Stephen Bunting wins today's title.
Ooh, chat room. Do you agree with Gob? If not, who are you going with? Feeling.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, happy Mother's Day. If any of you mothers out there are watching.
And if you're not watching, why not?
Yeah. How dare you go out for breakfast or brunch or lunch or dinner with your children as they pay for it?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, Philip, you know. UK Open. So I can say, so I was looking at Steve Beaton's shirt on the stream, and it's kazooed up. I was thinking, why did it was the UK Open? Obviously, Kazoo had just Steve Beaton using his UK Open shirt casually. But I suppose the man can do whatever he wants.
That's bizarre. For 39, Nathan Rafferty's just gone 15 double 12.
Don't mind that.
Yeah, but when you've got 7 and 19 next to each other that leave you either tops or double 16.
It's like 24.
20 or double 16.
To be fair, I could see Gezi doing that because he leaves 24 an awful lot. But I tell you what, I know it's only leg one, Gob. What is going on with Ross Smith at the moment?
Waiting to be a father jitters, maybe.
Yeah,
no, he just looked very good last year, didn't he? He's just having a bad weekend. Then again, Callum Ridds has had one of these weekends very recently.
Yeah.
If you're going to do it, though, you don't particularly want to have travelled all the way to Germany for it to happen.
No. How was St George's Park yesterday?
It was lovely, thank you. The football was good. The boxing in between wasn't too bad. And then we caught the end of the Martinez-Warrington fight when we got back in the end anyway.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Martinez is one tough SOB.
Yeah. Yeah, absolute scrap. But yeah, honestly, you think watching professional football is bad? Under 19s, mate, rolling around on the floor. Nobody shouts in pain anymore. They all already know, like, they're shouting to the ref halfway down. It's, yeah. Oh, the pace they play at is ridiculous as well. Like, when you're actually down at eye level watching it, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Michael, yep, Layton Bennett is playing today. He will play Joe Mernin on board number 4.
Few suggestions in the chat room. Dan says Barry Keane to win today. Brock says he thinks Humphreys wins today. Sam says Warrington has got a great headbutt on him. Yeah, look. Last night was a good scrap and Warrington did what he had to, but he doesn't jab a lot, does he, Phil? I expected him to step back a little bit, land a couple, and then go to work again. He's constantly just wants to be up close, huddling.
Loves a scrap.
Even when he's got him in trouble, though, just step back a bit. He was just determined to work up close to him, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Stevie B and missing darts in the madhouse. Yeah, Ross Smith's averaging 64 right now. 2-0 behind. Stephen Bunting, I'd pick for the day already. 2-0 to the good against Damien Mole. Rob Cross, yesterday's semi-finalist. How on earth he wasn't a finalist as well? It's beyond me. He's 2-1 up on Jose Justicia. Damon
I
Hatter
still
won
have
a
no
piece
idea.
with Jason.
Well, I have. It was multiple. Was it 12 match starts he missed?
Yeah. It's not even as if he imploded after they'd shook hands, is it? He just couldn't fire a double.
Yeah. Morning, Oscar.
Oh, God. Ratajski's taking the opener against Sean Wilkinson, 72 average. Here we go again. Cross has never missed as many match darts in a game of his career so far. You can go an entire tournament without missing that many match darts.
Yeah. Michael, yeah, no, Layton lost yesterday to Sean Wilkinson.
Sean Wilkinson on the stream.
Yeah.
What? Christoph Ratajski. Oh no, there we go. Dart Connect user error. They must have pressed the wrong button. He scored 180 after 6. And then all of a sudden it showed no score. I was like, no.
But yeah, no, I think they went down as low as about 48, 49 on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. God, didn't they? Somewhere around there.
I knew there was one thing I didn't have open.
Darts Rankings.
Dartsrankings.com.
Because we could have a new world number one today.
Yeah, less of that. 51 didn't get an invite. Oh, is this up to date though? It's moved since yesterday, isn't it?
The Challenge Tour one, hasn't it?
$43 is there.
Yeah.
I think that's the lowest, isn't it? There's no Thornton, there's no Hine, there's no Rickwood, there's no Usher, there's no North. Is there Davy Prouston, maybe?
Didn't see him yesterday.
I think.
But they went down low anyway.
Yeah, I think 43 for Jacques Labra.
Is there a buy today, or have they got someone in?
Just the one buy for Gerwin Price. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
So, Willie Ball travelled. So Willie Borland travelled and has not played either day.
Yeah, I can't see him on the list. More importantly, as we understood it, 51 wasn't invited, Matt Denham. But Lucas Veinig was at 55.
interesting.
Well, as late as Thursday evening, Matt Dennett had not been invited.
Yeah. Phil, if they know in enough time, they will try and fill that one spot that we've seen. Certainly in England, players have turned up just to play on the one day if there's been a spot. So yeah, my guess is they haven't been able to get anyone there.
I used to call it the Ryan Harrington spot because he used to travel everywhere with Rod. And as a Challenge Tour member, he'd always just fill in the numbers.
Yeah. Well, our group chat, I was half expecting to see someone here this weekend, perhaps. They were in Germany.
Oh, yeah.
Also, what you messaged me yesterday about the trial was correct. It wasn't on everyone.
We were allowed to say it.
They tested it on a number of boards. Because I was chatting to someone about it last night after you said.
Yeah. Schmutzer would have been great.
They should have picked Fabian Schmutzer. He lives 30 minutes away from Niedenhausen. Definitely.
Jermaine on the stream as well. On our featured game.
Signs of a revival from Jermaine Watermina, playing a lot better the last couple of weeks because he went right off the boil. MVG, job done, 6-1, horrendous average, not a great game, but the green machine is through. Ryan, Rod's still a PDC director. Just stepped away from doing TV work. Enjoying retirement.
First game on stream board 1 is over. Martin Schindler's beaten Steve Beaton 6-2.
Yeah. And the bronze Adonis not firing.
Mark,
got we feeling mental.
Score today.
Yeah.
Good job I haven't got to go in then because might be around a while.
Yeah.
Long old day.
Morning, mates. Hope you are good, my friend. Chris Doby in a noble on our feature game. But we'll need to find a breaker throw glob. And right now, that's looking unlikely.
Yeah, Jermaine's found his scoring boots, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. That's the pressure. That either goes one or two ways there. It's either a big, big visit or a terrible visit. Damien Moore's pinched a leg back against Stephen Bunting. He now needs to win the next 5 instead of 6.
Comebacks have to start somewhere, Gob.
They do indeed. So does Ross Smith. He's now back to 4-2 behind.
Daryl Gurney on one of your boards, Gob. Not his brilliant best so far today, but early stages.
Yeah, 4-3 to the good against Michael Flynn.
And it is a moneyless weekend for Chris Doby. He is beaten by Jermaine Watermina. Watermina averages a ton in a 6-5 victory, but it is, as I said, a moneyless weekend. No ranking points. Any updates on the WDF Worlds? Not that I can say, anyway. Heard some interesting bits and bobs, but nothing I can put in the public domain.
My phone goes off now, I'll kill you.
What's that?
My phone goes off now, I'll kill you. Stephen Bunting over the line, 6-1 victory over Damian Mole. I see Big Hendo on the stream as well, on streaming board 1. Nathan Rafferty's 4 apiece with Danny Noppert though, Phil.
That turnaround on stream board 1 is one of the quickest I've ever seen for a stream board.
What's a change?
Anyone think it's the last day of the Pro Tour, they're all in Germany and they want to go home?
Yes. A couple more results from your end, Phil. Van Dyvenbode has beaten Darren Webster.
He has.
Humphreys
6-3. 6-3, comfortable for Dirk, nearly 97 average. Luke, only 88, but enough to beat Thomas Lovely. Says, am I the only one having from the Dark Connect? No, it's not the smoothest this morning. Normally, there's a whole bunch of games. The warming up tab's gone.
I'm in a different view, so it doesn't matter.
Just on the stream, God, not a fan of Luke Peters' action. It's all a little bit flicky for me.
Mm-hmm. Completely agree. It works, but yeah. To be honest, I wouldn't coach either of these two. I wouldn't coach others to throw like either of these two.
No.
What should I tell anybody to throw like Danny Noppert? Some Rafferty's got a low elbow.
Yeah.
Other than that, 4 great people to watch.
No, we just absolutely picked all their throws apart live on the stream.
My bad. Ross Smith just levelled up, Phil. Daryl Gurney's just left a bogey. 159.
Damon Hatter was in a little bit of trouble, but still maybe.
Yeah, as I say, still not having it all his own way. Jason Lowe wants 54 for a 5-4 lead. This would be a breaker throw as well. It is a breaker throw. Jason Lowe now throwing for the match against Damon Hatter. John Henderson took the opener against Luke Peters on the stream. Lucas Vainig, that name that I said had been called up, Phil. 5-4 up on Tony Martinez right now.
Just seen on Twitter, one of our friends that works, he's quite high up at Ladbrokes, to be fair. He's got a Ladbrokes customer turned £2 into over 500,000 yesterday. 18 correct football results in their ACCA. It also included 2 95th minute winners, a 92nd minute winner, and a 90th minute winner.
Just seen it. Holy hell. Colchester, Mansfield. My mate's social media for Mansfield, right? Won the football team. And they've literally lost 2 games since he started. In November. They're on a ridiculous run. Mauritania look to be seeing out a 1-0 win versus Mozambique. Mozambique score a 90th minute equaliser and a 92nd minute Mauritania free kick goalmouth scramble. Who on earth is betting on Mauritania and Mozambique?
Yeah. Rob Cross is in front. God, this is a right battle against Jose Justicia on board 5.
Is indeed one leg away though. Justicia with the darts in leg 10. Bet one of those was the Wrexham game. Yeah, I was somebody that's worked for Notts County before. I want to see them do well. And to see Wrexham go and pull that off in the last minute, it's just a kick in the teeth, isn't it? I know Dover are pants, but come on, to be 5-2 up and lose 6-5, it'll take some doing.
Yeah. On stream board number 2, Danny Noppert has averaged a ton. Nathan Rafferty 98, but it is the reigning UK Open champion who has come through a break in the final leg. There's a definite issue with Darts Connect. The games aren't dropping off when they're done.
I'm not refreshing anything. I've seen that as a comment somewhere.
The
I just
same.
have my screen running. The issue I'm going to have is when 4 games are complete and they start swapping around stream boards. Yeah, everyone else is struggling. If you have got Dart Connect and it's okay for you at the minute, do not refresh. As Christoph Ratajski finishes up against Sean Wilkinson 6-3. That'll bring Glenn Dorrant to the hockey against Max Hopp. Ross Smith is in a noble field. He's averaging 79. Stephen Noster 77. That is an absolute scrap on board 8.
Yeah.
Daryl Gurney's potentially just missed 2 match darts to beat Michael Flynn.
I don't know if you saw it yesterday, Gob. The iPad meltdown in the final was quite funny.
The very final leg, apparently. Yeah, I heard about it. I haven't seen it. Lucas Vainig has just beaten Tony Martinez 6-5 on board 1. Daryl Gurney's been forced into a decider. As has Damon Hetter and Jason Lowe. That one's gone to 5-all. Got 3 last leg deciders underway at the moment. Hetter has the darts against Jason Lowe. Ross Smith has the darts, but he needs to take that 1-2-1 as Noster's sat on 78. And Gurney has the darts against Michael Flynn. He opens up 140 to Flynn's 139. And that's seems like a small advantage, but it's a massive advantage when you go 139. Use that treble 17.
Correct.
especially when Gurney fires in a 180. Montgomery and Jacques Labre are underway, the second Frenchman to play in the PDC Pro Tour. Okay, big moments then. Ross Smith from that 1-2-1 scored 43 to leave 78. Noster was on 78 and he left 20. Ross Smith then did exactly the same thing, allowing Stephen Noster to return and ping 20 in 2 darts. Daryl Gurney's just taken out a 12-dart leg in a decider against Michael Flynn. 140, 180, 105, 76 in 3. And Damon Heta is in the ascendancy against Jason Lowe in the decider. He has the darts. He's left 187 after 9.
Nothing on Dart Connect's Twitter about an issue.
Yeah, actually, even my board view is not working properly now. The results are in red. Second games have started. For instance, Montgomery, Labre. And that's not showing as a live game.
No. Damon Heta does win on our feature game against Jason Lowe. But Jose de Souza has been taken to a noble against Ron Moulenkamp. And can the special one get over the line?
That's it. Now the concerns kicking in because I've got quite a few games that haven't started yet. Board 1 waiting on the next game. Board 3 waiting on the next game. Board 4, Board 7, and Board 8. But 5 and 6 have got underway as new games, which are Carlo Van Peert and Scott Mitchell, and Jacques Labre has taken the opener against Ross the Boss Montgomery. Next games I've got for you: Jamie Hughes against Louis Williams, Glenn Dorrant against Max Hopp, Ricardo Petresco against Devon Peterson, Bradley Brooks and Eddie Lovely, and Owen Roloffs against Martin Lukeman as well, if they kick into live. Don't you just love technology?
When it works, it's genius. When it doesn't, yeah, my board KO view won't even show now. Interesting times on the stream. Big Hendo
Actually,
finds a
Bryce
break.
is on last on board 1 because he has a bye now, so he won't play until he'll play Lucas Veining later on. My games have just kicked into live, so if you go looking for the individual games, you will see them. So Jamie Hughes, Louis Williams is underway, Glenn Durrant, Max Hopp underway, Owen Roloffs and Martin Lukeman have also started. I think it's just an issue with the home screen. So if you're on a screen where you can see
my you know the KO board groups page,
yeah,
I've got it won't load for me.
Oh, mine's already open.
Yeah, mine's having a meltdown. Fingers crossed, Dark Connect sort this issue quite quickly.
Oh, bang! 1-2-1 from Luke Peters to level up at 3 apiece with John Henderson. Slap bang in the middle of the bullseye. And the man with the best beard on tour, Phil, is on streaming board 2 against a lad that I'm not even sure is able to grow one yet.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, they get the best beard against the one that can't grow one.
Scott Waits and Rusty Jake Rodriguez. There's another youngster that I'm seeing that's favouring the dart lying down. Yeah, Price got a bye, guys. There's only 1, 2, 7 players in the field, and as number 1 seed, he gets the bye.
I think sometimes that's more of a hindrance than a help, though.
Well, it helped him yesterday.
You know, I mean, not just him. I mean, in general, I'm not so sure having a bye is a good thing.
I don't know. I think so. In this, especially if you know or you're told yesterday there's no replacement, all you do is move from first on the board to last.
Yeah, but my issue is that you're playing someone that's already played.
Hands on the game before, though. It's only an issue that they've already played if they come through comfortably and have got in the groove. If they come through an absolute battle and burn through loads of energy game 1, you're laughing?
I'm not a fan, personally. I know I didn't watch it yesterday, but because I can't see any games at the moment apart from the feature one on that and the 2 streams go. If you're Man United hierarchy, you're not too happy with Luke Shaw's interview yesterday, are you?
I saw it in the car on the way back. Obviously, I was with Jar last night. And the only reason you make that comment is if you're having issues elsewhere. When you say, "Oh, I love it here because I feel appreciated," and say, "Not that I don't feel appreciated elsewhere," well, you clearly do. Otherwise, you wouldn't bring it up.
Just thought the timing of it was interesting.
The rats are abandoning the ship.
Harry Kane on the cusp of becoming England's all-time top goal scorer.
Oh my, Bradley Brooks were 157 to win the first leg against Eddie Lovely.
Tidy from Bam Bam.
Carlo Van Peers taking the lead against Scott Mitchell 2-1. Jack Labra from 1-0 up is about to be 3-1 behind if Ross Montgomery can pin tops, and he does take it. Petretsko took the opener against Devon Peterson, just a 78 average in that first leg for Devon, who is using new equipment. Glenn Durrant, Phil. I wish I hadn't noticed this now, because it can only go one direction. But he's averaging 104 through 2 legs. And he's 2-0 up against Max Hart.
Go on, does it, lad?
29 darts to win the first 2 legs, I think. Is that you cheering Doug's winning? Poppy is here with me. She's rolled over playing a game in bed on her phone. I just heard Duzzer is winning. I just rolled over and gave it the big fist pump.
Yes. I'm a big fan. Big fan of that.
The Trepsco doubles his lead against Devon.
Bob, yes, Price does get his money for getting a bye.
What time does Price play next then, since he has a bye into round 2? Jamie Hughes and Louis Williams are currently 1 apiece. Then it'll be Vladimir Anderson and Mike Decker. Then it'll be Gerwin Price against Lucas Veinig. Very, very likely to be the last 32 game of the day. Sam, are players skilled enough to change lie angles? For example, making 60 checkouts easier if their natural lie angle is up in the board. Yeah, Daryl Gurney did it the other week. He's been practicing it quite a bit.
And what also on that same,
Daryl's got quite a long barrel, and I think he grips it at the back an awful lot, which is why it flicks up at the back. But what he does is he just brings his grip forward on the dart. That means he drags it low and flat.
Oh, dart connect is back up and running. Oi, oi. Yeah, also, this was pre-COVID. Let me just refresh this. There we go. I was at an exhibition when a couple of players, Job, were trying the same sort of thing. That the ones that have their darts standing up to attention, but it blocks tops. And what they were doing was, instead of using a normal flight, we're putting a kite flight in for that one dart to make it sit flat.
Seems like a lot of effort. Dark Connect back up and running. So just one result we've missed because board 15 is absolutely flying, Phil. Flying, and Ryan Meikle in the same sentence because he's beaten Jack Main 6-1.
Yeah. Jack Main can't win a game at the moment.
If Ryan Meikle's beaten Jack Main 6-1 in that amount of time, the average must be very, very good.
That's only 90.
How on earth has that happened then?
Oh. Board 4, Gob. Those new darts.
Oh dear. Oh. Maybe someone else has new darts though, Phil, because board 3 is going very, very well right now.
Don't worry, I've got board 3 open.
He's only won 1 game in his last 30, I think it is now.
It's more the average. He's back.
Yeah. Yeah. Jamie Hughes 2-1 up on Louis Williams. Not a great game. Luke Peters 5 up on John Henderson. Looking like Big Hendo in trouble as well. He's got the darts here in leg 10. But he's 152 points behind. Scott Mitchell has recovered from 2-1 behind to go 3-2 up on Carlo Vampire. Luke Peters has taken out 107 to finish off John Henderson with a 6-4 win. And much like Glenn Durrant on board 3, wins are becoming pretty difficult to buy now for John Henderson.
Yeah. Ian White taking the opener against Matt Campbell, but it's scrappy. What site are you using for the live results? It's tv.dartconnect.com, mate.
I can put the link in the group, in the chat, can't I?
Willie O'Connor has battered Darius Labanauskas 6-1 on board 11.
Yeah. That one there, folks. You can change the view though. Just scroll up at the top, but that's the view that I use it in.
Just gonna have a look at something here. Where is he?
Safe to refresh now, Robbo, by the sounds of it. I've done it. A few others in the chat room have done it. That's how we can tell you that Florian Hempel is 5-0 behind to Keegan Brown. It was a terrible day yesterday for the Germans. Every single one of them lost in the first round. Today, Lucas Weinig is already through. Martin Schindler is already through. Not looking good for Max Hopp, or the 4-1 behind. Just found a 180 here in leg number 6. Petretsko 4-0 up on Devon Peterson. Who else do we have? Daniel Close is already out. He lost 6-3 to Brendan Dolan. Hempel 5-0 behind, as I said. So still not massively turned the favours for the German players, but a couple of them playing better than they did yesterday. Can we put board 3 on the feature, Phil?
I'm just doing it. Don't normally swap feature games like this. However, this deserves one. Keegan Brown has completed the demolition job of Florian Hempel. 6-zip. Come on, Dazza. Don't get finishing line fever now. The only reason I say that, Gob, is because this happened yesterday. He looked good for large parts.
That's 4-2 now, but that's an opening on the Max Hopp throw already. For the second time in 2 days, Gabriel Clemens' first game of the day is on the streaming board.
Anyone would think it was in Germany.
Anyone would think that. It's against Pete Bergon, someone I know very well.
Come on, Dazza. First time I've seen Pete play, so let's have a look. Can you ask him not to switch next time, Gob? I only got to see one dart. Tidy. So throwing a little bit loopy for me, but
can you believe he's only a year older than me?
he had a tough paper round, didn't he?
We're on the Dev Tour at the same time.
Yesterday's quarter-finalist Scott Williams has gone early today. Andy Bolton also gone. Come on, Dazza. Come on. Go yellow. He's missed the dart tops.
But in all likelihood, should be back. Matt Tops only found one treble in this entire leg so far through 18 darts. He's on 125. There we go. Leaves 80.
Come on, Dazza.
Scott Waits finds a maximum at 5-4 down to open the leg. Much needed.
Whoa. Scott Waits has leveled it up on the stream. Where are we on the RJR throw, Gob? Is it RJR 3?
I lose track of the numbers, yeah.
Yeah. What, one of them?
I'm not sure I like the twist. There's a lot that can go wrong with the twist of the dart in the hand, as dramatic as it is for him.
Yeah.
I'm starting to come around to having the darts lay flat. Because it's not just Rusty doing it. You got Keen Barry doing it. I've seen Henry Coates has changed his action to do that recently. And when I think of it, the majority of people's miss is low.
Yeah.
You don't really get players that will push a dart high. You get players that will drag a dart low, especially players that play quickly and aggressively like we're seeing come through. Well, if your miss is low, but you stack on top, that's perfect. If your miss is absolutely perfect for you.
Yeah.
Then what can go wrong?
Brock, yes, they are related. I don't know who's the better, though.
Eddie, I think. Eddie's his dad, isn't he? So I just think he's just got that little bit more experience for a while.
Mine, Luke coming back within one, but big one on board. 4 got those new darts. Not done the business.
No, Devon out 6-2. Talking of not doing all. There we go. I was about to say, talking of not doing the business. Dozer was looking like he was going to go level. Jamie Hughes, Louis Williams, 4 apiece. Scott Mitchell 1 away against Carlo Vampire. Oh, he was on 161 after 9, but he just scored 24. Jacques Labra is forced a decider against Ross Montgomery. Bradley Brooks 4-3 up on Eddie Lovely. And Owen Roloff's won away against Martin Lukman. 5-4.
Do you think we may see a French team in the World Cup?
I really hope so.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Russia won't have a team this year.
Yeah.
So there is a gap. And there is a ready-made team there.
Yeah. I mean, there's been plenty of countries that haven't had players on tour for the last couple of years that get call-ups all the time. I really like where Italian darts is at the minute. I think they've got a number of players that are just bubbling along nicely at the Challenge Tour and Q School level. And I do think they need somebody to take the next step. But arguably, those two Frenchmen are in a better position than the Italians. Yeah. There's a number of other countries as well where you go, actually, would Tricot and Labra do a job on them? And I think yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you.
John Michael and Venom Simeonidis from Greece, but in my opinion, they're not better dart players than the French. Owen Roloff has beaten Martin Lukman 6-4. Not been a good weekend for Smashville for a man that's in an awful lot of form.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more.
TK Shots. Don't think Glenn has won this year. I think you're right. I think he's won one in the last 30. Or it's fastly approaching 30. Do China have a team in the World Cup? They do normally, I think.
Yeah.
They might have missed the football, but when the PDC are pushing the Chinese Premier League via PDC TV as much as they are, you'd be surprised if there wasn't some sort of Chinese involvement this year. Is Dean Winstanley really only 41 years old? Yeah, he really is only 41 years old. I went looking for players that might be eligible for the World Seniors a few months ago or approaching availability. Dean Winstanley's still a long way off. Yeah, Phil says it's also a country who has two solid players instead of one top 32 player and one that can't compete in the PDC. Yeah, look, I'm all for Portugal being involved, and who else have we seen involved with just one recently? Devon Peterson to an extent.
Yeah. Right, we will put the Vincent van der Voort game on after the conclusion of this one. And I know Barney is playing and we do the Barney alarm. However, I'm not turning this one off yet. We will do a delayed Barney alarm for you all shortly.
Shocking. Can't get the stuff. Yeah, Brock, there's some list, to be fair. Everyone, the main source of fascination with who's available soon is Wayne Mardle. Colin Lloyd turns 50 2.5 months before Wayne. And I'm excited to see Lloydie, especially Phil, as I saw a photo of Mr. Lloyd at an exhibition about a week and a half ago, and he looks fantastic.
Oh, yeah, he's absolutely flying.
And I got an awful lot of time for Colin Lloyd as it is, but he looks very, very good.
Oh, no.
Big 180 from Max Hop. Huge 180 from Max Hop.
I know we're not meant to have favourites or whatever, but I just want Dozens to win.
His average has dropped 10 points in the last 3 legs, Phil. And Max Hop is potentially 2 darts away from breaking the Glendurant throw, forcing a decider, and having the darts in leg number 11.
Miss.
And it does go. We're going all the way. Max Hop has the darts in a decider against Glendurant, a man who's only won 1 in his last 30, not 1 this year on tour.
Come on,
Missed
brother.
some results. Labra's beaten Ross Montgomery. What did I miss on 8? Rolos beating Martin Lukeman. This is massive for Max Hopper as well, you're right.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying it's not. However, it's bigger for Glen Durrant. In terms of their career, Dozer is at the end, arguably right at the end, where Max Hopp's in darting career is still only the start of his career. So, although it is big, it's bigger for Glen Durrant, this leg, in my opinion.
Big leg on board 7. Bradley Brooks is 5-4 up. Eddie Lovely has the dart. He missed double 12 inside for a 101 check out of a 12 dart leg. Brooks left 81 after 9, but just left 31. So a chance then for Lovely with double 6 to force a decider. Got some fascinating games warming up as well. Lovely goes inside on the 12, and Bradley Brooks come back for 31 to clear this one up. Pete Bergon's just missed a match dart, I believe. And he's pegged back to 5-2 now, but he is still one away against Gabriel Clemens. It was 5-0 to the good. Pete finds 180 leg. 8. Bradley Brooks over the line. 31 in 2. It's not been a bad leg for Glen Durrant, but it's not quite been enough in a leg where Max Hopper's found two treble visits.
It's enough if the 146 goes.
The 161 doesn't. 24. Huge 3 darts for Glen Durrant now.
Just go yellow.
There's a ton to leave 46. Max up 3 in hand now at double 12. This one will hurt Glen Durrant if it goes yellow. He looks so good to be leading this match. In fact, I can't help but think, Phil, that since you put it on the featured game is when it's all gone a little bit wrong for Glen Durrant, and it does go wrong for Glen Durrant. Max Hopp takes out 24 with his last dart in hand to beat Glen Durrant, who was sat on 46. Durrant led the early stages of that match, but has lost 6-5. He looks so much better numbers-wise for a large part of that.
Afternoon, John. Hope you are good, my friend. Yes, Robert beat Jose Desticia 6-4, 96 average. It was tidy, mate. Also, I know this is delayed because we didn't want to. Oh, Gob's gone for a break. Slightly delayed, but this man is in action. Wrong one.
It's the wife. It's the wife.
Love having Hendo along. What's that goal?
Eddie Lewis has just gone back to back in his first leg and then scored 85. He went inside on double 12 while I was watching him yesterday. As I said, there was some interesting games warming up. Vladimir Anderson against Mike Dedecker on board 1. Pete Bergon is over the line against Gabriel Clemens 6-2 on streaming board 1 on board number 2. Madders Rasmer and Scott Marsh are ready to go on 3. Clearmaker against Richie Burnett on 4 is now game on. Richie Edhouse against Soren Lurchbacher on 5. Neil Zonneveld has taken the opener against Callum Ridds on 6. Simon Whitlock is preparing to take on John O'Shea. O'Shea Clan, if you're in the chat room, he is on in a number of minutes. And Eddie Lewis did take that first leg against John Worsley. 137. Is that an 11 dart leg?
Yeah. And a quick look at Barry Van Peer on the stream. I don't know, just watching Barry there, Gob, the setup looks, as in the approaching of the Oki is all very deliberate, and is that maybe his trigger actions that he gets right before he throws?
Possibly. I mean, Kim's throwing now, so let me just have another quick look in a minute. I haven't seen him. Certainly appear it. Got quite a wide start as well. Bit Joe Cullen.
Yeah.
What did Worsley just do? Well, he's averaging 112 through 2 legs now.
Callum Ridd's way off the pace at the moment as well. Had a good run yesterday. Some tongue toppers were back for the young man from the northeast. A little bit off right now.
I think the pace of this one's getting to him because he's seeing some good scores in there, but good for John O'Shea for finding another career in after football. Wrong, John O'Shea.
This Johnny doesn't go marching down the wing.
What sport do you think is next, Phil?
As in?
I knew that was going to be the next one. We have Gerwyn Price. It's well documented he is a former professional rugby player.
Yeah.
Florian Hempel used to play handball professionally. Pete Bergon used to have a professional contract with Derbyshire Cricket. What do we think is next?
I think we may.
And why is everybody transitioning from another sport to darts?
Snooker, perhaps.
You think? You said it like you've got somebody in mind in particular.
No, I just think that it's a very hand-eye coordination sport. That it's an easier transition.
Yeah,
it's an easier transition.
We used to have both those sides together. Ryan Moore says badminton. Do you know any badminton players that can play darts? Mark Williams when he retires from snooker. I think if Mark Williams retires, Mark Williams just retires full stop.
I'd love to see Usain Bolt chucking darts.
Sponsored by Puma. Be one way to get him into the sport.
I'm just going to the loo quickly, mate. I'll have a think while I go to the loo as well.
F1, Lewis Hamilton chucking a few darts? What do you reckon?
He crashed at the first corner and then tried. It was Red Bull's fault.
I hope you fall in, Phil. Mark Selby good at... Yeah, I've heard a few of the snooker players are. Mark Selby, apparently, Sean Murphy has hit a 9-darter before. Get the table, says I reckon basketball. Football from TK shots. There are so many footballers out there. I mean, I'm seeing dartboards prop up more and more and more at sports clubs. Gerwyn Price was a pro rugby in the same way he called him Ramsey. He had a pro contract for a while. James Maddison. Maddison can play, but you think about the step down in money from a Premier League footballer to PDC darts, bro. Yeah. All right, Ryan. Happy Sunday, Missy. Great to see you. Let's run through a few more scores going on in a minute. Vladimir Anderson won a piece with Mike Dudeka. Roby John, after his brother's success on the streaming board 2. is about to get underway against Mario van der Bogaarde on streaming board 1. MODUS Rasmus underway against Scott Marsh. That's 0-0. Martijn Kleermaker and Richie Bennett have shared the opening leg on 4. Rich Eddow's 2-1 up on Zoran Lurchbacher on board number 5. And Callum Ridge 4-0 behind to Nils Ivard. Every time I look at that game, Callum Ridge is banging in the scores for fun. He's gone 140-180 here. He must be either having an absolute nightmare on the doubles or something else is going wrong, but I don't know what. Simon Whitlock with a 12-dart leg took the opener against John O'Shea. And Adrian Lewis and John Worsley locked in at 2 apiece at that one. 108 average for AD Lewis, 114 for Jonathan Worsley. Let's run through Phil's boards as well, because it sounds like he's fallen into the toilet. Raymond van Barneveld is 3-2 up on Jimi Hendrix. No, not that one. Kim Hybrex is 4-3 up on Berry Van Peer. That one is on streaming board 2 for you guys if you have PDC TV. Danny Jansen is 5-3 up against Vincent van der Voort. You can see that one as the feature game right now. Mervyn King, about time, is winning a game at the minute. He's 5-4 up on Kevin Dukes, who had a fantastic run yesterday. Matt Campbell has completed a 6-4 win over Ian White. Adam Hunt was a 6-3 winner over Steve Lennon. So Dave Chisnell is now 3-2 up against Nick Fulwell. And board 15 is absolutely flying right now. Jeff Smith completed a 6-1 win over Rapid Ricky Evans, another former player, made a final last weekend. Peter Hudson, Gordon Mathers warming up on that one. And Mensur Sulovic is compounding a terrible weekend so far for George Killington. They lost first round yesterday to David Evans. He's now 4-0 behind to Mensur Sulovic. Somebody in the chat room earlier saying they fancied Mensur for the title today as well. So a very, very good start for him. Sean Murphy claims he's done a 9-dart at 147 and a hole in one. He's definitely had a 147. I've seen it. He plays off scratch as a golfer, so I don't doubt that either. The 9-darter is the one where I'm a little bit like, But if his throwing action is anywhere near his cueing action, the old Rolls Royce, as they like to say in commentary, then I have no doubt that it's more than possible. Because he does have a lovely cue action. I'm not the biggest fan of the bloke, but Rafael van der Vaart. Yeah, he did play for a while.
Rafa?
Yeah, been a little bit of an exhibition thing, but wasn't terrible either. He wasn't fantastic, but mid-70s as well, from what I remember. Alan Ridge, back-to-back legs on the board. There we go. Told you he wasn't playing terribly. In terms of someone coming from a sport, bowls, plenty of hand-eye, well, aiming at a target. Yeah, possibly. I think there's a different pace of life to those that traditionally play bowls. I appreciate it's a huge stereotype.
Oh, to be fair, speaking of bowls, Black Ball was still one of the funniest films ever.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you never watched Black Ball?
No.
Oh, it's hilarious. Come on, chat room. Or am I just showing my age now? What's that?
I've watched many sports films, but no, I've never seen that one.
Blackpool's genius. How are we doing, Missy? Hope you are good. To be fair, I'm showing my age now because it was 2003, but it's hilarious.
I haven't the foggiest what you're going on
Johnny Vegas is in it. Vince Vaughn, Paul Key. Honestly, it's worth a watch. It's funny.
Take your word for it. Callum Ridd's back to 4-3 now. Huge turnaround for him for the last couple of legs.
Yes, Robbo knows. Is it on the condom? I can confirm it is on the condom. Setting Torquay, nothing wrong with that movie. Yes, Bob. See, God, you need to get on it.
Everything's wrong with it in Torquay. Why is Vince Vaughn in Torquay?
No, Lionel Messi's been transfer listed out of the chat room.
Like, did more nothing. Can either of us play the nose trumpet? No.
No.
Well, I definitely can't. I don't know if that's a skill Phil possesses.
To be fair, Bob, I like Torquay. I'm only about a couple of hours from Torquay. Nice neck of the woods.
The only thing I know about Torquay is Helen Chamberlain supports him, doesn't she?
She does. That's a lovely area. Tell you what, on board 7, the Joker playing quite well, doing nothing wrong. But where has this come from the Wizard?
He's averaging 109. 4-1 to the good is Simon. Danny Hansen, 164 to win the match. Holy. That's a bit good. That's a terrible first start if you're watching the stream board too. 114 for the match for Kim Ibrex. Big 5.
Ouch. Better from Adrian Lewis today on board 8, Gob.
180's for fun. He's just not done anything after him. He's gone in this leg. He's 4-3 up. He's gone 180, 95, 180. But he is 5-3 on Jonathan Worsley. 5-1 up is Martin Clearmacher on Richie Bennett, Phil. And after being quite excited about the return of Richie Bennett and Kevin Burnett and the other seniors that look good, that have played Live League last year as well, those two have probably been the most disappointing since they've returned to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
Callum Ridd's back to 5-4, but he needs to find a break now. Another 180 from Adrian Lewis. 121, 180. Absolutely flying.
Barry Keane, 3-1 up on Jake Jones. Again, I think it's fair to say, God, that I can't see Jake Jones keeping his tour card. He came through Q School 18 months ago and no one had ever heard of him or seen him, and I think he's going to disappear as quick.
It appears so. We do get a few of them that just happen to go that way. It's a tough place to hang out, this Q School. That is the Pro Tour, sorry.
Yeah. Gezi will be next game on board 1. He will play Lucas Vainik at the conclusion of Vladimir Anderson against Mike the Decker.
Starting to sound a bit like Lionel Messi now, though, Ashley Price. No one else matters apart from Michael Van Gerwen. Points away from the win for Adrian Lewis, and he does complete a 6-3 win over John Worsley. 106 average for Jackpot. I've lost track how many times we've said this about him in the last year or so, Phil, but he's back.
So Q, the next game he loses with a 87.
89. Be generous, 89. Just slips below the 90 with the last visit. Niels Donovan completes a 6-4 win over Callan Ridds. Ridds 4-0 behind in that one, fights back 5-4 behind.
Stephen Borland didn't play yesterday or today, but he did travel to Germany. Look, he may be genuinely ill. However, if you're his manager, Matthew, you've got to have the ump, haven't you? You paid a lot of money to get players there and then they've not played.
Yes.
It's not like you paid for the Premier.
Richie Bennett, 6-2. Somehow, people on Twitter seem to think Vladimir Anderson is an interesting character on the hockey. Have you seen any of his supposed antics? Not on the hockey. I've heard stories about him before he got his tour card.
If he's a master of the dark arts, I like him.
Of course you do.
If he's been to the Peter Manley School, I'm in favour.
You watch Harry Potter to cheer on Voldemort, for Christ's sake.
Wingardium Leviosa.
He's never used that spell in his life. It's way too soft. Neo, what do you mean by what's the high from Clearmaker? Maker. And I'll see if I can find out whatever you need. Warming up on board for Joe Mernin against Layton Bennett. A little bit flat from Layton yesterday on the stream. Glad he's not on there today, just to give him a chance to get into the tournament.
Yeah. Ashley, we've just said he's next on board 1 at the conclusion of Vladimir Anderson and Mike the Decker. Because he's number 1 seed, he should have played first, gets a bye, so he instantly then goes to the bottom of the pile. So he will be next on board 1. Mental Sulovic defeats George Killington 6-3.
That took a while.
Yeah. Tell you what, Simon Whitlock needed this performance, or needed a good weekend. How tall is Clearmaker? He's huge.
6'4".
Have a look now.
much, so he's immediately massive.
Can't find anything that actually says his height, but he is huge.
Hey.
Sir?
Ryan says he's 6'10".
I wouldn't say that. I'd probably say 6'5" ish. 6'5", 6'6", maybe. Big old unit though. Simon Whitlock has completed the victory over John O'Shea. The Joker's done nothing wrong there. Whitlock was sensational. Clearmaker is 6'6", yeah. I said somewhere around that. They've both won their first round games, Daz. So again, it just depends on how long the draw takes to come round to them. But both into round 2. Ricky Evans has gone today. A couple more wins for Simon Whitlock would put him back into the green in the race for the World Match Play. And after this weekend, Chris Doby's just shifted down a couple of places. As we said earlier, moneyless, and he slips to 10. Ashley, if you ask once more, I'm going to block you from the chat room because we have told you 4 times now when he is on. Thank you.
Madas Razma back to back and then scores 81.
Thibaut Tricot on the stream for the second day in a row, Gob.
Hello. Or shall I say, bonjour?
Yeah, to be fair, to put in the chat room there, the Chizzy result went under the radar a little bit. 108 average from Chiz after he was, shall we say, not very good yesterday.
Polite.
Look, we'll answer questions all day long, but when it's the same one that we've answered 4 times, it's just like, no, I'm not having it anymore. Shush your gums.
Now, Josh, there's only one leg. It went 180, 180, 81. I think he may have.
Yeah. Josh, there's only one referee the crowds don't mess with, and that's the Noble.
Until it's a Premier League, then they'll bottle it. Roby John has beaten Mario van den Bogard at 6-4. Board number 2. That one was on stream board 1. Was that the last game on that board? It was. We're about to see a change of streaming. I wonder who we'll get next. which also means I need to come out of that board because it will be different very, very shortly. Ralph says at least James Wade won. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but yesterday Phil neglected to tell us the James Wade score. Today he's not told us the James Wade score. One job, Phil. Yeah, he beats me West 6-3.
Oh, good for him.
Who's Wade playing next? He plays Adam Hunt very, very shortly on board number 14.
I'm guessing he won when I was in the loo. That's my excuse.
No, he won before Darknet went down, mate. It was an hour and a half ago.
Well, that's what I mean. Darknet went down. I couldn't see it.
Yeah. Matt Edgar takes the first against David Evans. Gary Blades, yesterday's quarter-finalist. And he was gutted he was only a quarter-finalist reading his social media. He's taking the opener against Alan Suter. Jeremy van der Winkel is one up against Luke Woodhouse. Who's A.D. Lewis got? He's just beaten John Worsley. So his next game will be against... Keep scrolling to find the Englishman. The winner of Gary Blade and Alan Suter, board 8, is very, very far behind. Yeah, Layton Bennett is underway against Joe Mernin.
Barry Keane has beaten Jake Jones. Didn't finish as well as it started, but the Irishman over the line. Irish eyes are smiling again.
Scott Marsh has just completed a 6-3 win over Madas Rasmo, which means we'll see Colin Osborne once again on board number 3. And board 1, warming up, is Gerwin Price, in case anybody in the chat room is interested.
Just looking at the Tricol throw now, Gob. It's a very long backswing, isn't it?
Yeah. Comes to the side of his head rather than just in front.
Yeah, it starts. It's a proper one. Philip, is it just me, or has the form of the newcomers from last year slightly dropped? Yeah, I think you're right, to be fair. Look, we've all hit 3 in our lifetimes, guys. It happens even to the top guys. Ralph, it is. It's the one and only Colin Osborne. It's an interesting choice of game for stream board number 1, Gob, for the last 64.
Very. Look, they're in Germany.
Quick, get as many on the stream as we can.
I did see Gurney earlier, though. Does that watch us? It also means the winner of this game between Mernin and Bennett will be on the stream. They're going to hold that until Mernin and Bennett have finished.
Wow.
They've gone very early. That is board 4. I was just looking around. I was like, there's no gap. But yeah. Martin Clearmaker will play the winner of Joe Mernin and Layton Bennett as the game afterwards on stream board 1.
Ralph, you can't play on the live league till you're 18, unfortunately.
Which means I've still got a couple of weeks to wait.
Speaking of players that have turned 18, I think it's next phase, Sebastian Białecki will make his live league debut, Gob.
Ooh. Can't lie, I'm far more excited about that now I've seen his run at the UK Open. It certainly helped.
Joe Mernin having a bit of a stinker here as Layton Bennett leads 2-0, Gob.
Mernin's averaging just 65 as Bennett slaps in a maximum. Luke Woodhouse now 3-1 up on Jeremy van der Winkel. Jeffrey Desvan and Colin Osborne are underway. Not sure anybody wants to see that, Philip. Would be terrible.
No, Corey's doing his own thing at the moment. Kieran, not sure what's going on.
Dart opening leg for Jeffrey Desvan against Colin Osborne.
In terms of form, Desvan's played better the last couple of weeks.
As has Raymond van Barneveld. You'd think they're practiced together.
Potentially, yeah. What's for lunch today, boys? I've got some chicken bites and a little quiche for me, Juanita.
I probably won't eat until after the stream today. So it's a good job I had one of these delivered this morning. Hey!
Mackie D's. Didn't you do an interview with Cadbury during lockdown that said he wants to be back? Yeah, he wants to. But I think there's a few obstacles and things he needs to get sorted out away from darts before he returns. But look, yeah, he wants to come back. He wants to play again, but there are certain things that need to be done first of all. Darts is one of those sports, God, especially when you have to travel around the world as the Aussies do, that you can't do that half-heartedly. Everything has to be in place and right to do it.
Correct.
No relation between Ricky and David. But this is the David Evans that we wanted to see. This is the David Evans that we know can play darts, God.
In this leg, perhaps, he's 3-2 up, but he's only averaging 89. I know he's got more in attack. He's got one of the best actions on tour. It's lovely.
Sounds nice, Juanita. Like that. in the cricket gob, has Joe Root been sacked as captain yet?
Not yet. It's not over yet, is it?
I thought they were going to sack him mid-game.
No. Jason Heave was in the madhouse. Pins it for 3-0. Going Price is underway. Oh, Shindy, what you doing to me?
Shindiggity.
180, 109.
And everyone, just so Ashley knows, Going Price is underway on board one. Ted Everts is making tough work of this. He was in complete control against Roman Benecki, but now Benecki is back within one. That's a little bit good from Gezi, first leg.
10
dart leg.
Thanks for thinking. Yeah. Schindler caps off a 12. Luke Woodhouse caps off a 6-1 win over Jeremy van der Winkel. 96 match average for Woody. Gary Blades is struggling right now against Alan Suter. 4-1 behind.
Stephen Burton defeated Adam Gaulas 6-2 again. Gaulas in danger, well, big danger of losing his tour card gob.
Another one. There's quite a few this year that are in a precarious position. So in green at safe. Who's down the bottom in white?
James Wade warming up for you, Gob, on board 14.
So Mernin's got another one back against Layton Bennett. 3-2 in that one now.
Nenchers
now
has been
on Gary
home 6-4. It's turning into a good little battle here between Edgar and Evans. Enjoying this one.
Especially if Edgar takes this tops out.
Carol said the Czech has beaten Kevin Burness 6-2. Who do you guys think that has improved the last couple of months? Certainly in terms of performances, Jeffrey Deswan has had a massive upturn. Didn't look as if he could win a game.
Keane Barry certainly looks a bit better right now.
Yeah, agreed.
11 dart for Gerwin Price as well to add to his 10 earlier on. I don't know what he did in the leg between the Mainig one, but good luck breaking that.
He wants to be world number one again, doesn't he?
It certainly appears so. But I thought you said having a bye was bad, Phil. has been very good recently. He's added an extra level to his game. Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah.
Really impressed with the Polish contingent, actually. Ratajski's struggling a little bit, but Radek Sagansky and Krzysztof Kachuk have both been really good this year.
Yeah.
Suits has completed a single win over Gary Blades. He falls at the first hurdle, as did Scott Williams. They've mirrored each other for results this weekend. They both lost in the quarterfinals yesterday.
Daryl Gurney as well, for me, for the last few months.
Yeah.
How we doing, Jim? Hope you are good.
Evans just bust 91. Which Evans? Ricky? What, he's already out?
No, David Evans.
Dave.
I think, again, we don't know, but I guess, I reckon he's gone 51 inside tops, double 15, going for double 10.
Yeah.
Gurney's in a good position to be seeded for the Euro Tours again, which is great. Yeah, look, the Euro Tour is key to everything in terms of getting up your ranking, and just look what happened to Ian White without it. Because he was comfortably taking home, or you could comfortably put 70, 75k on his rankings from Euro Tour money a year. This Thibaut Tricol, Jules Van Dongen game. It's been fascinating. It's gone one way, then the other. But Jules Van Dongen has found a 140 when it really matters. And he will get first go at 66. Tricol sat on 120. But may not get a go. Will get a go. Big moments here. Thibaut Tricol makes a mess of it. So Van Dongen coming back for tops to seal the deal. Gets over the line. Jules Van Dongen defeats Thibaut Tricol in a last leg decider.
As does Matt Edgar over Dave Evans. Look at that, 12 data, 90 in 3 for Edgar TV.
Tidy.
I'm going to say it this time. For the second time in the match, Martin Schindler has gone back-to-back 180s. I'm about to call in a 9 data, boys. On board number 2. You ready? Let's go in yellow. We believe. We don't believe, we know. It's not even belief. It's already gone. Bang. You ready?
And Gob's got the stream up as well. Was the board up ready? Waiting. Poised.
125, lose 16. That first start, 5.
Yeah, the first start's gone wild.
Going Price is 3 apiece for Lucas Vainig. Vainig's averaging 95. Price is averaging 111. Can't shake him off.
I'll just put it up for that reason. Absolutely insane. The Voss has seen off Connor Scott in a last leg decider. Colin Osborne on your boards, though, Gob, is 1 away. He's getting battered in the averages, but he leads just 1.
He's 5-3 to the good. And Schindler's gone back-to-back again, but he scored a ton to open. That's the 3rd time we've seen back-to-back maximums in this match from Martin Schindler. And that's just the legs I've been watching. He rounds off the match with an 11-darter. Finishes with 108 average to beat Luke Peters 6-2. Some performance that from the wall.
Where is Shindig?
Just fine to want it. There's 180s flying in all over the place. Going Price just down a 13 dart leg. His average goes up to 112.
You know you're playing well when your average goes up when it's that high.
Just found a 180 to open leg 8 as well. Some mental numbers coming in right now.
Shindy to do some crazy stuff when he gets going. Yeah, look, we've said it a few times that he went away, made some fundamental changes to his action for the better, and we are now seeing that in full blossom, Gob.
We are. He still lacks a little bit of consistency on the bottom end of his game, but his top level game, we're just seeing it so much more often now.
This will be a bit of a tasty one. Dirk Van Dyvenbode against Willie O'Connor. Big fan of that choice.
And indeed. It's taken a while to get to that point, though. Christoph Kachuk is out. He's beaten 6-2 by Jason Heaver. Just a 78 average for Kachuk after I talked up the Polish players involved. Good from me. Stephen Bunting, Jack Labra won a piece. Stephen Noster took the first leg against Owen Roloffs. Damon Hetter and Bradley Brooks are warming up. Would have liked to see that one on stream.
Yeah.
Layton Bennett wants double 16 to defeat Joe Mernin. He does, which means you're about to get a game on streaming board 1. Daryl Gurney against Ricardo Petretsko. And then for the second time in 2 days, Layton Bennett will be in front of the cameras, as he will take on Martijn Kleermaker. Oh, board 7 gets very, very interesting right now, Phil. I told you Hetter's warming up against Bradley Brooks. Do you know who will play if he wins?
No, go on.
Either Simon Whitlock or Matthew Edgar.
Oh.
Thank God this isn't cricket.
I don't like cricket.
Rob Cross and Scott Mitchell warming up right now. What else do we have down here? Van Dongen beat Tricol. Ted Everts beating Roman Beneke. Nenchez beating Kuyvenhoven in all Dutch battle. Mervyn King still in the tournament. Makes a change at the minute.
Yeah.
James Wade is 2-0 up. That's just for you, Ralph. Humphreys 4-3 up on Ryan Meikle. Watermina 2-1 up on Brett Claydon.
Garwin Price
Really
has got the
against
top gun on
Brett,
our
but he
feet
has a
today.
terrible act.
No. Yeah. I'm going to be nice to Gob.
Wadey baby! Gerwin Price completes a 6-3 win over Lucas Weinig.
Saying yesterday, God, that if it happens, Johnny Max has to get his intro lines right for Thursday. Been introducing Peter Wright as the world number 1 for the last few weeks.
Yeah, I'll be alright.
First time looking at Ricardo Petresco's action properly as well. However, he looks about 12.
Sure, didn't we say this last week?
Probably. I see that many games, that many players, I lose.
Layton Bennett did beat Joe Mernin. I already gave you that one. Big moments here on board 3, by the way. Sorry, miles away. 180 for Colin Osborne, left him on 97, but he needs to take it out as Jeffrey Desvan is already sat waiting on 12, double 6. And it goes in 2 darts. Colin Osborne beats Jeffrey Desvan. Huge stones from Colin Osborne to get over the line. Stephen Bunting is doing the job on Jacques Labre. He is 3-1 up. Brooks and Heta are underway.
This Mickey Mansell Brian Mann game feels like it's been going on since yesterday.
Yes.
Danny Noppert back out against Rusty Jake, RJR3. James Wade, 4 to the good God, only averaging 90, well, nearly 94, but there's nothing coming back from Adam Hunt.
Steady James Wade job, innit?
Willie O'Connor's been decent the last few months as well.
He does this. Minehead seems to be a place that just kicks him on a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, just... Mind you, also, Dirk's improved. There were concerns around Dirk, but seems to have been heading in the right direction again.
Yeah. Still want him to pick up a Pro Tour or something, just to spark him into life that little bit more.
Yeah, no, agreed.
And I know it doesn't suit everybody, but I think Dirk is one of the players that would perhaps benefit from not working anymore.
But he loved the aubergines. You know, that's a thinker of a leg. MVG level with Jim Motson. MVG was averaging 115 after the first leg, crashes to 93.
It's a big drop.
And there is a bagel on the cards. James Wade, how do you like your breakfast?
From Deliveroo, preferably.
Other delivery chains are available.
We're not the BBC. We'll keep name calling one until they sponsor us.
Noppy, 2 to the good against Rusty Jake. Jermaine Watermina, 4-2 up on Brett Claydon.
This is a lovely leg from James Wade. He's gone about it. They completely roll. Look at the 177, 139, 145. Like, you get yourself in so much trouble, all of those plays. But there's a lovely 10-dart leg to get over the line. So what do I know? You start leaving bogeys and all sorts the way he's just gone about that. But 10-darter.
That's like Bryson DeChambeau playing golf, ignoring the fairway. I'm just going to smash it and get it in the hole.
Yeah. Honestly, I swear, at the start of lockdown, Bryson DeChambeau just watched Happy Gilmore and decided I'm just going to try and hit it in the hole from the start every time, and then I don't need to putt.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Johnny, you're right. It is all over the place at the top end of Dutch darts at the moment. Mickey Mansell, Brian Moran tied at 4 apiece.
Find a bit of form last couple of weeks. Yeah, he has these phases, doesn't he? There was Pro Tour fun at one point.
Jermaine Watermina seals a 6-2 win over Brett Claydon. The machine gun rattles on. Rob Cross, Scott Mitchell is underway. Hendo in the chat room with us. Love that, Johnny. But Scott Mitchell, I was going to say, was forcing Rob Cross to take out the 112, and that's exactly what Voltage does to lead 1-0.
Big finish. I just saw it go yellow in the corner of my eyes.
Yeah. Owen Roloff levels up against Stephen Neuster. MVG 3-1 to the good. Tysky takes the opener against Max Hopp.
So, losing that hour of sleep overnight has done me in.
Yeah, tell me about it. Because I was sat finishing up the live league. It was 2:30. Then in the blink of an eye, it's 3:30.
Jack Labra now back to 5-3 against Bunting. Still averaging 105 is the bullet. Damon Hector
Also,
3-0 up on Bradley Brooks. Not good.
I'll say, board 7 God. This is an un-Damon Hector-like performance of late.
82 average, beating an 85 average at the minute. Yeah, it's not going to win you bonus points for style.
You said that, God. Like in rugby, you get bonus points for scoring X amount of tries. You bring bonus points into darts events and take points away for the unstylish.
Take points away for the ginger commentators.
and I'm in charge of who gets bonus points and who doesn't.
Jamie Hughes 2-0 up on Mike De Decker, averaging 107, so that's 2 14 dart legs or combinations of that. 28 darts to win 2 legs.
Johnny, don't worry about that. Barry will take the Saudi money when it comes calling. We all know that there will be World Series events back in the Middle East when they pay enough money.
Don't think there will.
I know they're talking to the Middle East at the moment.
Yeah, but no alcohol.
Yeah, but he doesn't care about that.
Players do.
They pay a huge site fee. They get a World Series event. Job done.
Come on. 19 players haven't travelled to Germany, for Christ's sake. Also, given what's going on in Formula One this weekend, I don't think anything should be heading to that region at the minute.
Again, though, money talks.
No matter how much you want to pay for it. The best thing that could have happened on Saturday or Friday, once the incident happened in Jeddah, was the journalists all disappear, and a large majority of them did. Because for that meeting to go on as long as it did, as late as it did, those drivers had to be convinced somehow. Otherwise, they've all just gone, yep, you're safe. We trust you. There was a line in the BBC article that suggested that part of the reason they agreed to race is they weren't sure how they'd be allowed to leave the country if they didn't.
Money talks.
It does talk. But at the same time, the best thing that could have happened at that point was the journalists disappear, and when they're out of the country and they can say what they want without being detained, ask them about it next week.
It's no different to
all it takes
the big
one have-a-go hero journalist looking for the killer line to go in and say, so why are we actually racing? One driver to break rank and everybody to be in a lot of trouble.
Very different to when they were talking of Fury AJ. MVG wins, but look, Fury AJ or Fury whoever for the undisputed will probably end up in Saudi Arabia.
I bet nobody's doorstopping Tyson Fury to ask him about their human rights record.
To be fair though, like in golf, Mickey Mansell finally gets over the line. That game started yesterday, but Mickey Mansell does beat Brian Roman 6-5. But the Saudi Premier League, if the money's right,
no one's going, are they?
Oh, yeah, look. No, golf, in the end, wait a minute, let's get this out of the way, then we'll continue this. Warming up on board 9, you know what's coming. Anyway, going back to my original point, at some point, one of the high-profile golfers will jump. They're just waiting for one, and once one goes, two goes, three goes, four go.
Yeah, but that was meant to be Mickelson. He's been ostracised for it, hasn't he?
I still think he will go.
I don't think he's got a choice anymore. Nice 11 visit leg from Nostra against Roloff. Yeah, it's one of them where you need to stretch your screen a bit more. Stephen Bunting is making a right hash of getting over the line against Jacques Labbra, and if he's not very careful, he's going to be forced into a decider where Labbra has the darts. The Frenchman
on the
wants
feature
20.
game, Rob Crossing controlled against Scott Mitchell, 3-1 to the good. Voltage.
No score. Bunting back for double two this time to finally wrap it up. He's on 68, 9 darts ago. And it finally goes Stephen Bunting over the line. 6'4", 97 average, so a bit of messing around makes it drop towards the end. But the bullet is through. Damon Hetta, cruise control. Bradley Brooks has upped his average to 92 now. Still 5-1 behind.
There's already a fortune in golf, but if the Saudis did the same thing for darts, £1 million to the winner, who wouldn't go? Oh, look, there's the same in any sport. Money.
This room
here. Willie O'Connor gets over the line on the stream board. He beats Dirk van Dijvenbode 6-2. Mike, I was in Rotterdam. The crowd were no worse than what we've seen on a Euro Tour, what we've seen in parts of the UK. They were a standard darts crowd. It happens everywhere now. Okay, the throwing bits, that needs to be stamped out. But in terms of the booing, the whistling, they were no different to any other crowd job.
Correct. But, and here is where the big but is, a week ago, on the European Tour, there was a drastic shift to attempt to stop that sort of behaviour. 1 week on, because the broadcast has changed, there's absolutely no effort to stop it. And look, the collective noise is not an issue, and we've even heard players say this very recently. But there was clearly somebody whistling on Michael Smith's darts. The second attempt at 104, a couple of legs before he misses match darts.
I think
there was another whistle on somebody else as well. Johnny Clayton shot somebody in the crowd a very, very specific look, as if to say, I'll have you. And Johnny Clayton doesn't do that.
But I think on the Euro Tour, it was done by PDC Europe as a conscious effort, so Germany didn't look bad. This wasn't a PDC Europe event.
Learned behaviour. It has to be a consistent approach now. You can't be telling one crowd off for doing it and allowing the other to go on, because it creates moments of drama for Stuart Pike to go, oh, he's missed, and not acknowledge the fact that somebody's clearly whistling on every dart. Who was it the other night?
Michael Smith. Yes, Hazel, MVG won comfortably. Cullen Anderson accused Cullen of cheating. no one else saw anything wrong.
The mullet is back on board, streaming board too, Phil. Danny Jansen against Ted Evans. A 51 checkout here for Jamie Hughes. We're putting 5-1 up on Mike Dedecker, and it does go. Pete Bergon's just stayed alive against Roby John Rodriguez. He's 5-3 behind now. Christopher Tysky 4-1 up on Max Hopp. I'm sat here staring at nothing on board 4 because it got moved to a stream and forgot to reload it. Genius. But Daryl Gurney is 4-3 up on Ricardo Petrezco. Rob Cross 5-1 up on
Rob
Scott
Cross.
Mitchell now.
I say cruise control.
Luke Woodhouse underway just. Sam Whitlock, Matt Edgar coming soon, as is AD Lewis, Alan Suter.
Phil in the chat room. No, I don't. I actually, personal opinion, think Nico is one of the very best in the business. I think he's better than a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean an awful lot of the people they use for TV commentary at the moment. I know Webster is on commentary today. He is class. But Paul and Dan, I both think, should be on TV a lot more, Gob.
Yeah. It can't be too far away before the broadcasters shake things up a little bit.
Again, just looking how Matchroom have done deals and businesses or business deals with new broadcasters, I genuinely think once the Sky deal's up and they do a deal with whichever broadcaster pays them the most money to take darts rights, I think they may go down the same route as the boxing, where they pick the talent pool, the same as they did for the DAZN coverage on the boxing. It's being broadcast here, but we're picking the team, and I think that they might go the same route as that.
Potentially, just freshen it up a little bit. Darts is, in the most part, darts commentary and presentation has been the same as it has been for nearly 40 years now.
Yeah. Oh, look. For me, both broadcasters in the UK need a major overhaul, a major freshen up.
Just do something a little bit different, yeah. Jamie Hughes just completed the 6-1 win over Mike Dedecker. He got there with a 1.56 checkout. Superb from him. Pete Bergon broke Roby John Rodriguez in the previous leg to get back to 5-4 behind, and has just left 64 after 12 on throw in this one. Christopher Tysky has just missed double 12 by the looks of it for a 5-2 lead against Max Hopp. Daryl Gurney, Ricardo Petrezco 4 apiece now on stream board 1. Rob Cross over the line against Scott Mitchell 6-1. That one was your feature game on YouTube for you. 36 checkout for Cross to get the line in that one. Neil Seinfeld and Luke Woodhouse is showing his game on in Dart Connect, but nobody's thrown the first 3 darts yet. So I'm waiting on that one. Players are marking. Somebody's clearly assigned the bullseye a little bit too early, maybe.
Yeah.
5 each then between Bergon and Roby John Rodriguez.
So just looking at the stream board, I actually really like Danny Jansen's throw. It's tidy.
There's anything tidy about him.
Yeah. Just like his
Ted
throw.
Evans has longer points. Ted Evans has longer points.
Yeah. Philip says, who's your favourite current TV commentator? One from each broadcaster, because I'll be fair. Just personal opinion. Webby on Sky, Mace on ITV.
you're looking as if you want me to answer that too. Yeah, I like Webby on ITV. Webby John, 257 points in 6 darts. Defeats Pete Bergon and was sat on 87, didn't get a chance at match darts on board number 2. I like Mardle.
I don't know. But no, Wayne's very, very good.
Yeah, Mardle for me.
But just personal, I really like Webby.
I do think Wayne tries a little bit too hard sometimes, depending on who he's partnered with. I'll be completely honest. To try and add something to it. Not every game needs.
For me, Wayne's at his best when he's with Rod Stud.
No.
Oh, see, I like to pair them together.
I used to. Not so much of them anymore, I don't think. Oh, no. The best pairing across any platform is Mark Webster and John Park.
See, I'm not a John Park fan.
As a duo, they are fantastic.
Yeah, Matthew Edgar is playing. He is playing Simon Whitlock now. There you go then, Gob. If you were picking a presenter and a five-team talent pool, who would you pick?
Barney 117, huge checkout. Oh, that's tough, you know.
Yeah.
There's only one I'm set on in my head. I'd pay Crofty an absolute fortune to leave F1 and anchor my darts coverage.
Leo is in. He wants 5 Adam Smiths.
Absolute fortune. And then I'll leave one of the big boys out, ain't you? Two, potentially. I think you got 7 choices for your comms. People that have, well, they're all ex-players as well. Webby, Park, Mardle, not all ex-players. Nico, Mace, Dawson. There's one more in there. What's yours then?
Mason, Mardle, Nico, Webster, Dawson.
So no Part, no Stud.
That's my team.
Who's your host? Who's your anchor?
I'm gonna anchor it with Emma. I agree with you with Crofty, but I don't think it would ever happen. And financially, I don't think it would ever happen.
No, I don't think it happened. The money you just said 3.
Yeah, well, realistic. If you were in charge of the purse strings tomorrow. I think Emma's done an absolute fabulous job since she's come in.
Yeah. Very, very emotional Daryl Gurley's just beating Riccardo Petrezco.
Yeah.
Simon Whitlock, Matt Edgar, 1 apiece. They're both averaging 68. Zonovan Woodhouse 2 apiece. AD Lewis 2 and up on Alan Suter. Richie Edhouse 1-0 up on Jason Heaver. Scott Marsh, Colin Osborne ready to go. They must have played each other in the live league at some point.
Yeah, I would say so.
We haven't seen board one streamed yet today, have we?
No.
I have a very, very big feeling we're set for a large wait on board number 1 between Gerwin Price and Jamie Hughes. Jeff Smith back to back. That's on one of Phil's. Don't you dare miss it.
Who, me?
Did it go? Still averaging 91, so I hope not.
Whitlock leads Edgar. It's not a classic on board 7 job.
No. Mid-70s average for the pair.
Matt Campbell 2-1 up on Jose de Souza.
Next up on stream board 1, Martin Clearmacher against Layton Bennett.
Get the Voss. He's bossing Barney. There's a break of throw for the Fox on the feature game.
Trouble for RBB.
On stream board number 2 as well. The pair trading maximums. I tell you, on the stream board 1, this is a real case of little and large. There's only one guy winning this fight.
I want to see him shake hands.
It just looks hilarious. Coincidence that we've seen Layton on the streaming board twice in 2 days as well?
I'm not sure I'm a fan of it. But yeah.
In the chat room, Rob Cross safely into the last 32, 6-1 win over Scott Mitchell, averaging 97. Very tidy from Voltage. Nice little 180 for Layton Bennett to start.
For safeguarding reasons, are we not allowed to refer to Martin Clearmacher as the serial killer in this match? As Bennett opens the encounter with a 13-dart leg.
Breaking news from Germany. Layton Bennett has disappeared from the Niedenhausen area of Germany. I rate the boss. Yeah, no, look, he's very, very good. Wily old character is the Fox. But Barney broke straight back. However, hasn't started this leg well. And again, his counting is going to have to be good here. Because where he's farted around the board, Gob, he ends up on 265.
Silly boy. Silly boy, don't do that.
Peter Hudson sees off Jeff Smith. The Rock is into the last 32. Can Barney take out the champagne shot to level us up? Just watching on the stream, Gob, the Bennett action looks better today. Looks like he's settled into playing in the Pro Tour. Yesterday, first game, being whacked straight on the stream. Maybe a few nerves. It looks better today.
He's releasing just that little bit earlier, but extending fully still.
Yeah.
And that's key. He was quite late yesterday, dragging a lot down. Raw from Clearmacher almost as he takes out leg number 2.
No, 50. It's for the last 32. It is 125. Gob. Yeah. Well, so yeah.
I lose track.
Yeah, I think it's 250.
Yeah.
Mervyn King levels up with Gert Nenches and we go to a Noble on board 12. Barney has to be perfect from here.
Yeah, 750, 1250, 2000, 3000, 4000.
612.
812.
812. Ralph, if we had a Wade alarm, it would only be broadcastable after the watershed.
Yeah, I think we need a Wade alarm.
I don't think we do.
I think we do.
Only if I can make it, and you're not allowed to change it at all. Then.
No. Believe me. Whitlock struggling against Matt Edgar. Aidy Lewis romped to a 6-1 victory over Alan Suter. Is it Jackpot's day, Phil?
Is it? Is it Jackpot's day? Is Barney going to send us to a Noble against DeVos?
Lewis will take on and then likely the winner of the All-Australian Derby as Whitlock is 5-2 up on Matt Edgar.
I'm really enjoying the Ted Everts Danny Hansen game on Streamboard 2. It is a very good game. Merv King completes the comeback. He beats Gert Nenches 6-5. Mike, the cut-off for the match play is still miles away yet, mate. Still 20, is it 19 events after today, Gob?
I think so, yeah.
But Gob hasn't quite decided yet if Ryan Searle's safe.
No. COVID's back apparently, so you never know.
What's that?
Apparently 1 in 16 people in the UK currently have COVID.
Yeah, but you haven't got to isolate anymore. So...
Whitlock does beat Edgar 6-2 in that one. Rich Edhouse is now 1 away from Jason Heaver. Layton Bennett is averaging 101, Phil, and it's 4-1 to the good against Martijn Kleermaker. Martin Schindler 3-0 up on Ruby John Rodriguez already. Scott Marsh 2-0 to the good against Colin Osborne. Luke Woodhouse 5-4 behind. Niels Zonneveldt.
81. Oh, Raymond. Made a mess.
Treble 19, treble 12 inside on double 13.
Yeah. And the Fox defeats Barney.
What does the Fox say?
I'm going for this one because we may not get the chance to put him on again.
Yes, then Aussie.
Matt Campbell defeats Jose de Souza. The special one, not special today. The Canadian star 6-3 victory. Have a little investigation into something. Tour card race. There it is. Where is
Where's who?
It doesn't drop as far as I thought. Seeing where Jose was, because he's defending quite a bit this year.
Mm-hmm. Back-to-back legs for Clearmacher against Layton Bennett.
Kim Hybrex defeats Jules Van Dong, and it wasn't a classic, but 6-3, the Belgium star. Mensur Sulovic 4-3 up on Karel Sedlacek. And Clearmacher back level against Bennett on the stream.
Yeah, still averaging around the 98 mark, Bennett. Needs a big holder throw now, though.
Do you reckon at the back of the
throw? Neil Zonderveld has failed to hold his throw so far. Luke Woodhouse is 8 points away from breaking in the decider. It doesn't go though. Zonderveld back for 24. And it goes in 3. Luke Woodhouse beats Neil Zonderveld. Yeah, next week is going to be very, very interesting indeed, Philip.
Yeah. Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting. That is 100%. Oh, I hadn't realised on stream board 2, Gob, they've been tactical. We're hoping they've gone MVG against Gert the Boss. They were hoping. Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to see because the Challenge Tour players are in a right predicament.
You can't just put development tour players onto Pro or Challenge. The issue you've got is that for the likes of Scott Williams, who is currently top of the development tour, Challenge Tour, he has to defend that spot if he's going to keep getting called up. Shouldn't have win 6-0 against Ruby John Rodriguez.
Right, so as far as I am aware, or what I was told, Jim McEwen, Stu Wilson, Steve Hegarty are not going to the Challenge Tour. That was already pre-decided because it was in Germany. Yeah, no, Philip, exactly. I say, those players that I've said there, I was told they weren't going to the Challenge Tour purely because it was in Germany. That it was going to cost the best part of £1,000, 1,200 quid for the weekend. I know Matthew Edgar is going because he sees finishing 1 and 2 in the Challenge Tour order of merit his way back to the Pro Tour without having to go to Q school.
Are they both in Germany, or is the Pro Tour in the UK?
No, Pro Tour's in the UK.
Ooh. Let's talk Pete Bergon then as an example. Somebody that's had Pro Tour experiences the last couple of times. Played Chizzy a few weeks back, played this weekend. I know he was actively picking local events a couple of weekends ago in case he got a call up as well. So we had the option of going to play in the Torremolinos Open or in Chapel out in Lincolnshire, and chose to go play at Chapel for the weekend rather than go away for the week because he was conscious of getting a Pro Tour call up. I think Scott Williams will go pro.
I don't think he will.
The next big three is in.
Knowing the information, if you're Scott Williams, knowing that the next 3 in the rankings are not going, you could have effectively sealed top spot this weekend. This weekend, if you're Scott Williams, you could have effectively win your tour card and a place in the World Championships this weekend by going to the Challenge Tour.
Phil makes a good point as well. Due to Lakeside, there'll be a few withdrawals from tour card holders. This gets messy.
They've not really thought about this, have they?
No.
How are we doing, Jamie? All right?
Especially as the call-ups. There will be Challenge Tour players that have already booked for Germany a few weeks ago. At least.
Yeah, Jonathan, it's not the worst case scenario he falls to 3 or 4 and still gets an invite. It's what finishing 1 and 2 on the Challenge Tour order of merit does. So effectively, if Scott Williams goes to Germany and replicates what he's done in the first block of Pro Tour Challenge Tours, he effectively seals his 2-year tour card and a spot at the World Championships this weekend.
Who's winning this today? I mean, you don't really have to sit and watch us, but Stephen Bunting's winning today. Gerwin Price and Jamie Hughes is finally starting to warm up. And it hasn't kicked into life on the board I was already watching that board on. So keep your eyes on stream board number 1.
They're just playing adverts on stream board 1 at the moment, so we'll see. Next match starting shortly. I'm just going to put a graphic at the top in a minute.
All the way back, even though Martin Schindler and Roby John have already finished. That's the point. Get the tables, mates, because if you're ranked 50 on the Challenge Tour, do you even bother with a Challenge Tour or do the Pro Tour if you get the call? The amount of Challenge Tour players that are going to stay there, try and be competitive and whatever else. If you're back 50 or so, like Matt Denon is 51 on the Challenge Tour right now.
He can't play in the Pro Tour next week.
He can't. You just have to find a replacement.
Correct. It is Gerwyn Price against Jamie Hughes. And it's Jamie Hughes wearing a 90. Look how far his shirt comes down. Scruffy one.
It's that big.
Matt Ward, if you're watching, buy Yozza a new shirt. That's ridiculous.
I mean, I know Yozza looks fantastic, but
Steve says, why no chat on most of your streams? There are no chat on the live league streams, mate, because we cannot monitor them for the whole stream like we do this, because we will not have players abused in our chat rooms or anything like that. And unfortunately, when there's gambling involved, when people have lost their 50p, they abuse the players. We had it turned on for a while last year, or when we first did this from home, and where we can't monitor it 24/7, we won't put it on.
correct.
If we could sit and monitor it, it wouldn't be a problem, but we just can't.
Indeed. Eddie Lewis just left 41 after 9 in the first leg against Mernin. His scoring has been superb today. I just need to disappear for 30 seconds, but I'll be back in a very short second.
All right, buddy. I will keep you up to speed. James Wade just leveled it up against Stephen Burton on board 14. Eventually, they've won the ball on stream board 1. And it is Yozza who has the darts. No, not a problem, Steve. Just, I'd say we'd love to have the live chat on, but it's just unfortunate that we just can't monitor it for that amount of time. So Gezi and Yozza underway, waiting for the other stream board to kick into life. Merv King 3-0 up on Brendan Dolan, averaging 98. That's more like Merv King that we know. Danny Jansen taking the opener against William O'Connor. Luke Humphreys 3-2 up on Peter Hudson. Board 13, Keane Barry has just gone in front against Mickey Mansell. That's a conflict of styles. And on our feature games, Scott Marsh is 5-2 up on Colin Osborne. Osborne missing a glut load of doubles. Wadey in front. Warming up. Battle of the Aussies. Heta. What happened to Chizzy today? He won his first round game, played very, very well. And then his second round game, he lost 6-3 to Stephen Burton, averaged 97.5, hasn't played badly at all. Just one of those days for Chizzy. And Scott Marsh is on the brink here. Wants double 4 to seal a 6-2 victory over Colin Osborne. And he does get over the line. Last dart in hand. Scott Marsh moves on. Let's put Irish eyes on. Let's do King Barry against Mickey Mansell. Jamie Hughes took the opener against Gerwyn Price. Burton levels it up against James Wade. That one's going to go close. Adrian Lewis, one apiece with Owen Roloffs. And the all-Aussie game is underway between Damon Heta and Simon Whitlock. Merv King 3-1 over the ton mark now, the Merv King average. Yeah, no, definitely, Philip. I think it's I think it's a hard choice for a lot of players. What they're going to do, the likes of Jim McEwen, that can only obviously has Lakeside to play in as well, so he's got to juggle. Jamie Hughes 2-0 breaks. And yeah, no, look, Mike, the expenses are high, but look, you've got to think the other way of flip the coin. Those European players have the expense of coming to the UK all the time, so it has to be balanced out. Darts just isn't UK based like it used to be. There are players from all over Europe and all over the world. We've got the Australians committing their futures, moving to the UK to play. We've got the Americans that are over here for weeks at a time. So yes, expense is high for people from the UK going to Germany. However, that's reciprocated when those players from Europe have to travel to England all the time.
I do have a counterbalance argument to that. It's not a great one. But when Europe started to play more involved in the PDC, they created the Euro Tour, which has a higher prize fund per event to cover that.
But every game is streamed on the Euro Tour, so the revenue from the Euro Tour is higher. Unpopular opinion, they sell every game to the bookies to bet on.
Yeah, but they're not a million miles away from doing that on the floor, as we found out.
Agreed, but probably not this year.
Do you know what would be brilliant? If they build that little live stream into Dark Connect. Otherwise, we have to go full soccer Saturday and hire a team of about 40 people to cover every Pro Tour weekend.
But what I heard to that, Gob, it's literally just a camera on full board.
Yeah. We will never ever see a Premier League 2 or a second Premier League.
No.
Ever.
No.
Sorry to disappoint you guys, but it just won't happen. And do you know why we won't see that?
because commercially it doesn't make sense.
It does make sense to broadcast. There's enough demand for people to watch it. The problem is that you're never going to put it on the same platform. It doesn't make sense to put it a few hours earlier than where the current Premier League is. It doesn't make sense to do it the night before to do it in the same arena. So you'd have to have somewhere else as like a central hub, slightly less of a crowd, if at all. But the minute you add a tier below it, your selection process has to be so much more rigorous. It has to be so much more defined than it is right now. And they lose the ability to pick players like Joe Cullen, who were nowhere near before he goes and wins the Masters.
Well, no, there's a way more better pick you could have done than that. Then they have to justify the Gary Anderson pick.
Yeah. Well, no, because Gary Anderson, ranking-wise, was fine.
Yeah, but form-wise, he wasn't.
Doesn't matter. It would effectively go to ranking-wise. Someone like Joe Cullen would have missed out. Glenn Durrant would never have been included. Johnny Clayton, going on to win it, would never have been included. Barney, for 3 or 4 years, would have been nowhere near being included. And the minute you set it up for 1 year, it has to go off rankings. And following that, you have to allow relegation, and they're absolutely not going to risk losing a Gerwyn Price or a Michael Van Gerwen or somebody that's seen as one of the more commercially viable players for a bad form of season getting relegated to Premier League 2.
Oh, yeah, no, Philip, absolutely. Look, the Euro Tour is just a few mini bits away from being absolutely sensational. Like, they've to the point now where I'd like them to have a punchy, or maybe Dan anchoring something in between games. I genuinely think it's so close to being a polished product, the Euro Tour. 100%. They've done some great work. It's so close to being very, very good. James Wade, 6-4 winner over Stephen Burton. Ton-topping average from the machine.
Wadey baby. What's Simon Whitlock had for breakfast?
I can't say on this stream, but I've got a fair idea.
He's averaging 113 through 4 legs against David Petter.
Yeah, I've got a fair idea what he had. Danny Jansen batters Willie O'Connor 6-1. The mullet to be feared is flying at the moment. Gert de Vos MVG with 3 breaks of throw in a row in a really strange game on the stream.
Get the Wade alarm out, Phil. I agree.
Only if I can make it. Cheerios.
Someone said Captain Crunch. I was like, you're not.
I've got a fair idea. Wherever he had it with Coke. Gert de Vos MVG with 3 breaks of throw in a row in a really strange. God. Tell me MVG's playing without telling you MVG's playing at the moment. I'll go first. 180, 57, 180.
Aidan Lewis was 4-2 up against Owen Roloffs.
Tell me MVG's playing without telling you MVG's playing at the moment. I'll go.
I'm trying to swap between YouTube profiles so I can put a poll in because I can't do it from my own. That definitely should have been a poll.
I keep telling you that I'll make it, but you might not like it. I tell you what, this game between Whitlock and Heta, unbelievable.
No, actually, because Gerwin Price is currently being streamed on PDC TV, so Darts Connect is ahead of that, and we are therefore not going to put that on. Because then people watching both will have the result of that one spoiled.
Whitlock and Heta, unbelievable.
Things can only get better. No, actually, because Gerwin Price. Oh, it's done it again. Now.
Oh. Barry Keane has missed a huge opportunity here to break the Mickey Mansell throw on the feature game. And he pays the price. Mickey Mansell levels up 4 apiece.
Gilding alarm, no chance.
God, I might be picking holes in this. I apologise if I'm wrong. I know we've got a lot of our Irish friends in the chat room. Have they got the wrong flag next to Mickey Mansell?
I believe so.
I thought he was Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I think they've got the wrong one. I'm sure I saw that on social media yesterday as well.
Oh, I'm glad it wasn't just me.
No. Ratajski with a 12 darter takes opener against Scott Marsh. Owen Roloffs from 4-2 behind is a leg away from 40 points away from 4 apiece. And Stephen Bunting is doing a job on Luke Woodhouse despite averaging just 88 at the minute. The Bullet 4-0 up.
Brendan Dolan levels up, going to a noble there.
Good question, Joshy. I have absolutely no idea what's going on with the Gurney Clearmaker game.
Is Steve West? Yeah, Steve West did play this weekend.
Yeah, lost first round to James Wade today.
Yes. And it looks as if Peter Wright is going to survive as well, number one, because Jamie Hughes, only averaging 88, wearing a 90, has the former world champion exactly where he wants him. Rob Cross 3 apiece with Richie Edhouse.
Been openings on this Yozza throw after 96 and 83, but Gezzy's not found a treble in either of those two visits. And then the 140 comes from Jamie Hughes. Big 180 from Gerwin Price, but he's not on a finish. And Yozza with 6 starts from 182 minimum. Leaves 117.
Have any players ever been at the top, then drop a lot, and then return to the top? I suppose the noticeable one would be Gary Anderson.
Yeah, no one else really dropped miles. And Gerwin's drop went as far as 5th. Gerwin Price hangs on. He won that last leg somehow.
Yeah. Rob Cross was relegated twice from the Premier League. So was it right to leave him out of this year's? Not for me. Rob Cross should have been in. I think he deserved to be in. I think he had a better year than some of the players that were picked.
Gary Anderson, Joe Cullen.
I like the Cullen pick personally.
I mean, it's not a dig at Joe, but the message they sent out is that the Masters is more important than the European Championships. And it's just not, is it? Stephen Bunting beat Luke Woodhouse 6-0 in the end. Eddie Lewis, Owen Roloff has gone to a decider. Owen has the darts in that one. Simon Whitlock still averaging 105 as he's 5-4 up on Damon Heta. Rob Cross turned it around from 3-1 behind to Richie Edhouse to now 4-3 in the lead. Ratajski 2-1 up on Scott Marsh. Gerwin Price 182.
MBG defeats Gert de Vos 6-3 on the stream. Averaging 101, tidy from the Green Machine. Going back to what we were talking about, God, the problem is when they did what they did last year, and it worked so well with Clayton winning the Masters, then going on and winning the Premier League, and as soon as they left the announcement until after the Masters, it was always going to be the case. Because of the way it worked the year before.
Very, very dangerous precedent to have set.
Jamie Hughes has done it.
Wash your mouth out.
Cullen's walk-on is right up there.
Eddie Lewis over the line, 76 checkout to break the darts in 15. And we are in a decided leg between Damon Hetta and Simon Whitlock, in which the heat has the advantage of throw.
Here's one for you, chat room. Top 5 walk-ons in the current game. Not old ones, current game, top 5 walk-ons. What are you saying, Gob?
I don't know. I think some of the other ones have gone a bit flat now. I like colours. Something a bit different. Anderson's is flat. Wade's has got a bit flat. Barney's is good because of the alarm before it, not because of the actual walk-on. If I hear Seven Nation Army once more, I think I'm going to cry. Jump around's got flat. Shut Up and Dance has always been terrible.
Whoa, what's your mad fads?
Oh, it's dreadful.
No.
What's Max Hop got? Has he got DJ Outsy Hey Baby at the minute?
Yeah.
I'm all over a bit of that.
Barry Keane gets the job done as well. Damon Hetta has picked Simon Whitlock's pocket.
6-5 victory, another 15 data there. Sales is terrible. Ice cream man, please.
Right. My favourite 5 at the moment, in no particular order. Joe Cullen, Vincent van der Voort, Michael Smith, Raymond van Barneveld, Dmitry Gorbanov.
Please. Was that Stardust?
It was Heat of the Night. I can't remember who sung it.
Yeah. I'm sure that's Stardust. Star Pilot, sorry. Not Stardust.
Yeah. I have the Tiger, still gives me goosebumps. No, I can't stand Sweet Caroline.
It's with the wrong person.
Rob Cross defeats Richie. And it's just over. It's at every sporting event you hear now.
Mm-hmm.
JJ, that's a good one. Shoot Me All Night Long is a good walk-on song. Didn't Robbie Green used to walk out to that?
Possibly.
Controversial opinion. Hendo's walk-on in Aberdeen, in the venue, wasn't that good. And I say that because we couldn't hear the piper. They'd mic the piper for TV purposes, but we couldn't hear him in the venue. So we just see Hendo walking down, and then halfway through it bursts into status quo.
Rob Cross has beaten Richie Edhouse.
Well, Mark,
Yeah, that's
if you want about
Gurney doesn't know the words, and when he started singing it, was it at the UK or was it the World Championship? It was terrible.
Yeah. If you want about Wes Newton's Kiss, Crazy, Crazy Nights, he stole that. Bristow used to walk onto that. But it's a good tune.
Rebel for Rob. Zombie is a good one, but Zombie is a controversial one, and I'm not sure they should have played that. The fact he's not allowed it anywhere but the Europe Tour tells you everything you need to know about them playing that.
Yeah, I still can't believe that got past the Sky producers. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. For me, that was the best walk on. That was spine tingling in the venue. William O'Connor's, literally spine tingling. But I was like, oh, there's someone that listened to the words?
Yeah. Especially as there was an incident in Australia before the Worlds a couple of years ago, before the UK.
I know where you're going with this one.
Kyle wasn't allowed an NWA song.
Yeah.
Because it was seen as a political point.
Yeah. Get the tables. What's wrong with Zombie? Look, it's a fabulous song. Listen to the lyrics. In the world we live in, it's a very political song. Have I worded that correctly, Gob?
I think if Jar was here, he could explain it a lot better. But yeah,
it's very politically motivated.
In two ways, it was seen as a politically motivated thing. Then it became sort of an anthem.
Yeah,
that was against that. It's interpreted in many different ways, and it's just dangerous ground.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Genuinely, at the Three Arena, it was spine tingling, and the crowd singing it back was unreal. Are players allowed songs that are released currently? Yeah. It's the same as in Scotland. In general, there's a bit. Mensur Suljovic is not, and Northern Ireland as well. Mensur Suljovic in the Premier League was not allowed to walk on to Simply the Best because it is very much a Rangers song.
Yeah.
And in Aberdeen, the same year as the Hendo walk on, the first walk on, the Sky producer obviously forgot or pressed the wrong button, started playing Simply the Best in Aberdeen, and Hendo got Mensur Suljovic got pelted with booze, and he looked so confused because he didn't have a clue why.
Christopher Tarski's won away against Scott Marsh on board number 3. We're approaching the last 16 stage. In fact, Damon Hetter and Adrian Lewis are showing us warming up, as are Rob Cross and Stephen Bunting. As is.
I'll tell you what else was an
James Hughes and
absolute banging walk-on gob, and he should use it, was Doby using Local Hero in Newcastle.
Well, Doby's got a great walk-on now. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, he hasn't. It sucks.
Yeah.
And I love Dobes to bits, but Local Hero is unreal.
Gurney Clearmaker is only just showing us warming up. What is going on?
So is
Etta
Matt
versus
Campbell,
Adrian Lewis has already been predicted for stream number
King
2.
Barry. No, Rob doesn't particularly like his one, but ultimately the broadcaster does get final say on the walk-on. Could you imagine Peter Wright saying, I want to change my walk-on? Don't think he'd be allowed somehow, do you?
Well, Phil Taylor tried it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Phil Taylor got together with Robbie Williams to actually write him a specific song, much like Chris Doby has done.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Amarillo, in terms of old walk-ons, is up there.
We answer this question a lot. What's your walk-on again, Phil?
PJ and Duncan, let's get ready to rumble.
That's the one. And mine is 5. Everybody get up.
Lose yourself at Eminem. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm disappointed as well. This week, Sky ditched the John Cena makeover to the start of the Bully Boy walk-on. I thought
They
that
were
worked
using
well.
Lose Yourself with a few walk-ons as well, weren't they?
Yeah. Because at the start of Peter Wright, they used a bit from The Greatest Showman, don't they?
Yeah.
Do I like Hempel's walk-on? Can't remember what it is. 2 seconds.
Lewis's isn't bad. Is that good?
Yeah, no,
Does a
Brian
slight
Hempel's was all right.
What's Hempel walk out to?
I've just put it on my phone on thing. It was all right.
I think that's the link.
2 seconds. Sam, now we're talking. There should be more wrestling walkover crosses.
No.
Oh, there are. There are some great walk-on songs in wrestling that should be used.
No. Ratajski completes a victory over Scott Marsh.
It was Mark McGeaney uses Edge's walk-on, which is
Cult of
Under the
Personality.
Bridge, I think it's called, which is good.
Doesn't someone use Cult of Personality?
Nico's used Cult of Personality before.
Sure, someone else uses it now as well.
Actually, if we're if we're going into it fully, I'd have the start of the DX walk on before PJ and Duncan break in. Here he goes. Are you ready?
Yeah, Hempels isn't bad.
Yeah, Hempels was alright.
No, you know what I'd do? I'd have the IPL fanfare horn into Everybody Get Up.
Anastasia's right. Yeah, Anastasia's works well.
How is board 4? How is this game only just started? What's taking it so long?
Oh, what? I'm behind in the rest at the moment because I've been that busy. Has Ed's changed his walk-on song? If so, gutted.
Why is he still wrestling? The man's 45. Grow up.
At Madison Square Garden, one of the Americans has to walk out to Hulk Hogan. I am a real American. Has to. See, look, everyone's getting involved in the wrestling crossover music in the chat room, Gob. There's loads of it.
You're all getting blocked, but carry on.
Oh, devastating. I'll check it out after the stream. Rob Cross, Stephen Bunting is going to be the other stream game.
Are they holding everything back for the last 16 at the same time? Looks it. Look,
No, Jamie Hughes and Martin Schindler just got underway.
Begin. Okay, raindrops.
Who gets the
No,
Stone Cold
if you go
Glass
raindrops,
now?
you've got to go Basement Jack's raindrops. Someone must have walked onto Aerosmith in the past.
Who would come out to the Undertaker's song? Oh, Gezi Price. Gob's fuming with all this wrestling crossover, everyone. Livid.
I'm not fuming, I just don't give a shit.
Yeah, but I'm like that with American when you start talking about American football.
American football's not on at the minute. F2 is, though. Tanny Jansen could use Dude Looks Like a Lady by Eros. the sort of comment I can get behind.
Oh. Gurney can take up 145 for a 3-0 lead. Keane Barry 4-0 up on Matt Campbell on board 13.
Just waiting on that result and the Gurney Clearmaker result before we get cracking in the last 16.
Barry Keane. That was Lakeside, wasn't it? I'm trying to think. Gurney 3 to the good. Luke Humphreys, Watermina, that'll be played at a decent pace. Oh, I'll tell you what, God, an interesting one warming up as well. We've seen this a fair few times of late. An all-Dutch derby. MVG versus Danny Noppert.
Oh, one of yours again. I'm waiting on Cross Bunting.
Hector Lewis. We now have pictures on the stream.
Yeah, I need to open that one as well. The issue is I've only got 2 board 4s running.
Fair play. Aidy's had a shave and a haircut.
Oh, he looks so much better, doesn't he? Do you think he was waiting for me? He just copied me, that was all. Maybe his passport just has a really old photo and he was concerned about getting into the country. They can all go. I only need 5 windows open right now. One of them is going to be...
We know Lewis loves an equipment change. Let's have a... No, straightforward for Lewis. No equipment change.
Quite importantly, did I just see the number? Yeah, AD Lewis is still a seed on the Pro Tour. That's massive for him at the minute.
Yeah.
Oh, Cross Bunting on the other stream. Dakota by Stereophonic. Wasn't that Mark Webster?
What's that?
Dakota by Stereophonics.
Mark Webster's used a few. He's used Van Halen jump.
Webster used that at some point.
He's used, I'm sure he's used Bartender and the Thief as well.
Yeah. Bunting, 1-3-2 to take the opener, 12 dart leg. I'm convinced Webster used Dakota. Oh, I'm a big fan of Scott Mitchell's walk-on.
Who let the dogs out?
Who let the dogs out, indeed. Oh, Bunty, 25-57, ball!
Bullseye!
Richie Bennett came on to Dakota, didn't he?
I'm just looking through some of them now.
If you Google darts walk on Dakota, it comes up with a Wikipedia article, and in it says Burnett is known for coming on to Dakota and dancing on stage. I don't think anybody's used Pretender by Foo Fighters. I don't think anybody's used anything Foo Fighters. We had this conversation yesterday.
I didn't realise this. At 2017 World Championship, Chris Doby came onto all of the lights.
Oh, Dobes! Please!
It's our song.
The anthem that we still haven't bought the rights to yet because it cost a fortune.
I'd say we can, not quite at that.
Yeah, if you guys could super chat us about $3,000, we'll buy all of the lights for every single theme tune entrance we could possibly have. No, I like Merv Kings. Bow Down to the Kings, decent. I do like Brendan Dolan. Dropkick Murphys.
Yeah.
You Raised Me Up was hilarious. Yeah, but I won't have anybody knocking Westlife.
I actually like Danny Noppett's Panic at the Disco, High Hopes.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of that.
There's quite a lot of Panic at the Disco songs you can use. They're that sort of pop punk band. Surprised I haven't seen more Paramore on the Euro Tour.
Yeah.
Who walks out to Du Hast? Proper German screamo.
I tell you what, this is going back some now as well. Dennis Ovens walking out to The Heat Is On from Rocky.
Please.
Question, do players have to do an interview after they've won?
They're given 10 to 15 minutes afterwards, unless there's decent stuff. They will get fined if they don't otherwise. Damon Hatter, break a throw against Stadium 2-1 up now is the Heat. Misery business, yeah. Surprised there's no guitar Through the Fire and Flames, Guitar Hero.
I'll tell you what, I found that going price has tried a couple of different ones. 2015 World Championship. He came out hot right now.
Rita Ora, please. Did Rafferty have something quite modern that I quite enjoyed at the UK Open? Or am I thinking of things?
No, Philip, the players after the quarterfinals only have to do broadcast partners, i.e. Sky, DAZN and Viaplay.
Someone must have Welcome to the Jungle. It's all over like the county scene. Every other player's got Welcome to the Jungle.
How we doing, Charlie? Hope you are good, mate.
I'm trying to think what Derbyshire have got. A few of the memorable ones. One of them's got Motorhead. One of them walks out to Panic at the Disco, not Panic. The other one. One of them has a remixed version of Barbra Streisand by Duck Sauce that says his name over and over again instead of Barbra Streisand. In the iPhone voice.
Here we go.
Rafi,
Rob, how many of James Wade's walk-on songs can you name?
I knew you were going to do this. So he's currently got... What the hell is the one currently called? Boys Are Back in Town, Thin Lizzy.
Correct.
He's previously had Bonkers by Dizzy Rascal.
Correct.
He's also previously had Two Tribes by Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
Correct.
And I think there's one more, but I can't remember what it is.
There's a couple more, to be fair.
No chance.
Kanye West featuring Rita Ora, All of the Lights.
Please.
And there's two that you probably won't get. I don't know where he's used them. New Sensation, In Excess.
Oh, what a tune.
And I can't remember this one, so this may have been his BDO days, I don't know. Boys Will Be Boys by the Ordinary Boys.
Hello. Yeah, that feels like a very young James Wade.
Yeah.
When they still walked on from the side doors rather than from the stage set up at the BDO.
Yeah.
All of the Lights is the one, though, isn't it? It's just got to be.
Yeah. We'll carry on this in a minute. We'll just keep you up to speed with the scores. I like going through the old walk-on songs. Stephen Bunting is 3-2 up on the stream against Rob Cross. Damon Hetta 3-2 up on Adrian Lewis. MVG has taken the opener against Danny Noppert. Luke Humphreys is one away from beating Jermaine Watermina. And in the last of our last 32 games, Chin is one away. But will he get over the line in this one? Or will we need another leg gob?
He is making a hash of it. Wade used to Pretender by Foo Fighters for a bit, did he? Afternoon, Tub. Dart player needs to have Chaz and Dave walk on. It's long overdue. Got my ticket to the darts. What's Aileen de Graaf's walk on?
I guess I'd say, come on, Eileen.
Oh, yeah. Was it?
Jihan Artuk used the Pretenders by the Foo Fighters at the Worlds. can Clearmacher save his skin? Oh, Martin Clearmacher takes out 130 with Chin sat on 24, and we're going to a Noble on the feature game, Gob.
Ooh! One that always makes me chuckle. Do you remember Anne-Louise Peters at the Lakeside walked on to Simply the Best, and she milked the shit out of it?
Yes.
She's dancing along and all sorts, like the old slow walk.
Oh, what was the song that Paula Jacqueline walked on to?
Don't know.
It was horrific.
Missed double 12 on the outside for a 9! Unless he's on a bounce out.
It's on the stream. We will tell you in a minute.
Sorry.
That's all right. We'll just tell you where it is.
Sorry, folks. I just spoiled that if you're watching on the stream, but it was too good not to. Oh, they're both in. That means he missed it outside. Oh, I missed it. That's 3 this weekend. 3.
Chin gets over the line. Also, Martin Shindiggity beats Jamie Hughes. Jamie Hughes only averaging 79 after beating Gezi Price. It's a bit of a stinker.
I want him to walk on to No Diggity now. Now you've called him Shindiggity. I like the way you work it.
Shindiggity.
Back it up. Ayo, 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 ayo.
I think that works.
Wavy baby. Come on, stuck against Keane Barrett at the UK Open. Looks to have started a little bit better this time.
Well, that was the issue. He got blown away in the early stages, didn't he, that one at the UK Open?
Yeah. And he's not a chaser, is he?
No.
James Wade is many things.
I'll tell you what, I'm surprised that no one uses. Republica, ready to go.
Yeah. Was that the old Sky theme? Football theme?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Baby, I'm ready to go.
Obviously, you couldn't use it in the current climate because of what their lead singer did, but the Lost Prophets, Rooftops, would have been a good song.
Yeah.
However,
one of the very best ever Radio 1 live lounges was them doing Justin Timberlake's Crimea River.
There's been a few absolute belters. I'm going again. Sorry, chat room. I'm showing my age here. When Joe Wiley first did the live lounge, there was some absolute unbelievable covers.
Wasn't her first. It was Zane Lowe, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the end of the Lost Prophets version just got Zane Lowe at the end going, damn.
No, I mean when it went in the day shift, because Zane Lowe's do it in the evening, did he? When it went into the afternoon from 12 till 12:30, wherever it was Joe Wiley. You had there was a couple. The 1970
one.
Yeah. I'm sure there was a 30 Seconds to Mars one, which was unreal.
Talking of unreal, Stephen Bunting has just averaged 106 in a 6-3 victory over Rob Cross. 12 data to get over the line in that one. He will play the winner of A.D. Lewis and Damon Heta, and that's very much looking like it will be the Australian who leads 5-3. Lewis has left 8 after 12 in leg 9. Teresa's live lounge albums used to be the best. Travis doing Hit Me Baby one more time. Ed Sheeran has a version of Hit Me Baby from a Spotify sound session available on Spotify. If you have not heard it, go and listen to it. It is fantastic.
Right. I've had to Google some of these because I remember how good they were. The Arctic Monkeys did Girls Aloud Love Machine.
Yeah.
That was unreal.
Another moment, though, where Turner thought he's bigger and better than he is.
Yeah. Back then, when the Arctic Monkeys' first 2 albums are superb. Biffy Clyro did a version of Love, Sex and Magic by Ciara.
Please.
Yeah.
Just a little chance for A.D. Lewis here in leg 10. Both players open up 140. Heta then won 177. Lewis 180. And 89 for Heta leaves 95. Lewis finds 105 to leave 76. Will Lewis get a chance at 76? Saw him take it out to win his previous match. And he does get a chance. Heta misses a dart for the bullseye.
Also,
76 needed for Lewis to force a decider.
30 Seconds to Mars did Kanye West Stronger.
I've heard that. Lewis does take it out. We're going all the way. On board number 4. This is a Lewis that... I don't want to say this is a Lewis that normally crumbles and whatever else, but just feels a bit good today from Jackpot, Phil.
And the other one that I remember, because I just Googled it, the 1975 did One Direction, You're Beautiful. Literally it was done acoustically. It was unreal.
Yeah.
Michael Van Gogh is 4-1 up on Danny Noppert.
For such a naff pop song that Hit Me Baby was by Britney Spears, though, some of the covers available on that are fantastic. When I used to work at the mini golf and cocktail place in Nottingham, we used to have a couple of musicians come in on a Friday night, and one of the lads used to play it on loop pedals. Oh, so good.
Oh, ridiculous.
There used to be 3 or 4 of us that used to work the Friday night shift in most part or whatever, and we used to sing along with it as well. And he'd like leave a gap for us to sing the note, and everybody just like mint.
So this noble leg, in the context of Adrian Lewis's season gob, could be huge.
Yes, and it looks like, well, he's got 6 starts at 60. Because Heta's back on 207. And it goes in 2. A.D. Lewis survives in leg 10, wins in leg 11. Superb from Jackpot. Danny Noppert failing to take his chance against Van Gogh, and they feel he's only averaging 93 at the minute.
Yeah. And a bit like yesterday, we said Gezi gave the field 1 chance and it didn't take it. Is this the chance that MVG perhaps is offering up?
Could well be.
Yeah, Teresa, bang on with that. That's how Leonie Lewis ended up doing run.
Tell you what, I'm quite liking the look of this last 8 when we finally get onto it. Ratajski and Daryl Gurney is showing us warming up once again. That board has been miles behind. The winner of that will play Martin Schindler in the first quarter of the draw. The second one, Stephen Bunting against Adrian Lewis. Michael Van Gerwen or Danny Noppert will play Brendan Dolan as Noppert gets one back to be 4-3 behind. And James Wade or Keen Barry will play Luke Humphreys as well. Nice little last eight, this, Burry.
More importantly, Gob, that's a break of throw for Danny Noppert. We're now effectively back on throw.
So he still needs one more then?
Still needs to find another break because MVG will have the darts, but it's on throw. Then Danny Noppert starts with a 58. You can guess what MVG did, can't you?
180.
Correct.
Then he'll score 45 next.
Oh, Danny. Danny. 58-27.
Oops.
Jack says, does the match play race even matter at the moment? Not at the moment, it doesn't, because there's still 19 events to go, and at least 5, if not 6, are potentially Euro Tours. MVG wants 106 to reinstate that 2-leg lead and put him on the hill. Missed the dart at tops, but will come back for double 10. Noppert leaves a 3-figure finish, but is relying on MVG missing. MVG doesn't miss, so you now throw for the game. Women's Dart says, are you excited about WDF Worlds next week? Not yet. For me.
Only 2 non-seeded players made it to the last 16 today.
Interesting.
And they were Jermaine Watermina and Danny both lost with a sub-90 average.
MVG has started with back-to-back 2 treble visits in this leg. Look, this leg has been vintage Michael Van Gerwen. I'm not saying the whole performance has, but there are signs, Gob. When he's 5-3 up, 136, 137, 140 to take the game away from Noppert.
That's a bit good.
Tees up tops with Noppert not on a finish. So MVG looking at a 13 dart leg to kill this game off. Noppert hits a ton to leave 86, but it may not matter. Doesn't matter. MVG 97 average, 6-3 win over Noppert. A man he's had trouble with in recent times, Gob.
He has, and that's a big win for him because look, there's still plenty of seeds in the hunt for today. I think a few of them wouldn't have minded seeing Van Gerwen depart there.
Yeah. Women's darts, it's no secret. Look, I loved my time with live darts, but live darts was never mine. It's owned by a huge company, and I was just a cog in that company. That look, don't get me wrong, it gave me an opportunity. It gave me a foot in the door, but God will tell you, the hours that you have to do to make these platforms work are insane, aren't they, God?
Yes.
And it was like, why am I busting my nuts for someone else? If I'm going to do it, I may as well do it for myself. But effectively, I was on a salary, and I got paid to do 38 hours a week. In effect, you have to do double, treble that some weeks, especially on tournament weeks. And the big wigs don't notice that you're doing that and don't really care you're doing it. So I was like, I'm going to do it for myself. And online darts was born, Gob.
It was. Ta-da!
I'm sure Wadey would like to get this.
Finally gets underway.
Yeah, I'm sure Wade would like to get rid of this leg now and not give Keen Barry a sniff.
Yeah. You wouldn't mind, please, James.
Normally, he'd gobble this up for breakfast. And he does gobble it up for brunch.
Wadey baby.
Gob, in relation to my earlier question, Paula Jacqueline walked out at Lakeside to turn down for what?
Wasn't that the twerking trend from Vine?
May have been, yeah.
Terrible decision.
We've only got one game live, so this one will be our feature match. It's our pleasure, Jack. It's what we do. Looking at some of it.
They're doing it again. I hate the way this works.
What are they doing?
I got 2 board 2s. Because this one's so far behind. Ratajski Gurney.
Yeah. This is what happens when you hold games for streaming boards. It just cocks everything up.
No, this one's just been miles behind. It was a streaming board, but then when it wasn't, they spent forever waiting for Gurney versus Clearmacher to start.
Stephen Bunting's changed his walk-on song a few times as well.
Only twice, isn't it?
No.
Or 3. Bird is the word.
So, is that the surfing bird?
Yeah, which is Peter
From-
Griffin.
Yeah. Titanium it is at the moment.
Yeah. And didn't he use LaRue, Bulletproof?
No, I've got Shoot the Runner, Kasabian.
When did he use that? Was that BDO?
And Bullet in the Gun, Planet Perfecto. Not a fan of Titanium as a walk-on song. Right. If anyone can get this without Googling it, you've done well. What was Vincent van der Voort's walk-on song before Give It Up?
Not a clue.
Pump It Up by MC Hammer. Cheers, Dave. Thank you very much. Hats off to you for this YouTube channel. I can imagine behind the scenes, it's manic, but we get there. We have a laugh along the way.
There's only one answer to that, Ashley. Dreamer by Living Joy.
Yeah. No, I was never a Franz Ferdinand fan.
Don't have to be. Love like that, laughter.
Has anyone got Don't Stop Believing? Steve West?
Possibly.
I think Steve West.
Glee's never looked so good.
Gurney, Ratajski, poised at one apiece, but there is a potential break opportunity here, Gob for Chin.
How was Ratajski averaging 111? What did we miss?
Feels like forever since we had a stream game on. MVG Dolan. Sure, the last time they played, or the last time I can remember them playing competitively, Gurney, Dolan beat MVG in Buda.
I don't know.
I know.
Has any Dark Barrel one step beyond by Madness? If not by Daryl Fitton.
Daryl Fitton.
He gets the sunglasses on, he pumps his arms, and he has a great time.
Yeah.
Had a nice chat with him in Newbury, actually.
Michael, we'll look into it. It always sounds fine when I listen to it on YouTube, but we'll have a look at it, mate. Streamboard 1, Gob is going to be happy.
Wadey baby!
Winita says, which version, Phil? Which song are you on about, Winita? We've covered a lot of songs in the last...
This time, baby, I'll be bullet.
Oh, Journey, Don't Stop Believing. The original. They still haven't made their minds up on Streamboard 2 yet, which is interesting, Gob.
Well, they must have. It just means it's going to be either Ratajski or Gurney against Martin Schindler.
Yeah.
Phil definitely watched a bit of Glee.
I didn't, to be fair.
Yeah, you did. You were watching that on a Wednesday, Desperate Housewives on a Thursday, and Sex and the City on a Friday.
I can honestly, genuinely say I have never, ever watched an episode of Sex and the City or Desperate Housewives. Geordie Shore and X on the Beach? Absolutely. Good stuff, Juanita. Mark, I'm guessing there's no walk-ons in the Live League. Yeah, correct, mate. The rights you have to pay to use walk-on music and stuff like that is astronomical. Do players get their digs and travel paid for? No. They have to pay for it all themselves. How are we doing, Fred? Hope you are well. Stephen, that is used by Benito van der Pas. Phil says, what do you make of the averages being shown by Sky Sports permanently? I don't dislike it, but me personally, I would prefer to have a column with the amount of darts thrown, like on ITV, because we're lucky that we're in the media room, so we have a stat screen as well, so we can see how many darts they've thrown. But if you're a casual watching at home, you don't know how many darts they've thrown in a leg unless you're told by the commentator. So I would like how many darts is thrown. How are we doing, Yankee?
No one's ever watched the Kardashians. I don't know how it's a TV program.
But, yeah, back before they all left, I was a huge fan of Geordie Shore. Back when Vicky Patterson was being Vicky Patterson and funny instead of going on Loose Women.
How is that a TV show and all? Who on earth gives a shit?
Geordie Shore?
Oh, no, Loose Women.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, James, absolutely. There could be loads of leapfrogging. Yeah, I didn't really watch it though, Daniel, but I remember it.
Keenan and Kel was class.
Yeah, no, I just didn't.
Oh, I can't tell you what happened in any episode apart from Orange Soda. No, Big Brother was crap. Same with Love Island.
I'll tell you, the reality show that was good was Survivor, when they literally just dropped them onto an island And it was exactly as it says on the tin.
You know the one that makes me laugh? X on the beach. And then they're surprised when their ex turns up. How thick do you get? Oh no, what's she doing here? Fucking idiot.
The funniest part of that was the celebrity version, because they just created hell. Because they were sat on the chair going, wonder which one it's going to be. Adrian Lewis, 2-0.
Another one, the old son, sex and suspicious parents. And you just expect these film crews to be following around these lads' holidays in like Maga and Benidorm. Like, what
Yeah.
do you really think they've signed up for?
Ratajski has spun this one around. He now leads. But
James, we can't have an next poll because it's 50-50. We need a majority opinion. Survivor's still going in the States. Crikey.
MVG pins 82. I remember it might have been either the first or the second series as a Survivor. Literally, on the first night there, the island, because it was in the Caribbean, was literally hit by a tropical storm. And it wrecked the place. They had to go in and make sure they were all right.
You watch my shows, Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune. Jeopardy's never been over here, and thankfully, because it's such a backwards TV show. Who is, what is, no, just answer questions normally, you morons. You're not intelligent enough to start answering questions of extra questions. Wheel of Fortune was here first, I believe. You lot pinched that, but it's just on the deaf here because it's not interesting enough anymore. Bit like Family Feud. Was that not Family Fortunes in the UK first?
Yeah.
And then Harvey mitts all over it.
Yeah. Brendan Dolan is clamouring here. 220. Van Gogh on a finish. Only a 60 from Dolan, so this is now a bona fide break opportunity for MVG. $93 leaves 74. Dolan 160. Leg 3. It would be a hold for Dolan.
David, I'm not sure what you're saying no to. You just put no ...
MVG 74 to break and does break. That's two little finishes gobbing 2 legs that vintage MVG we expect to go, but they haven't of late. 82, 74 in and around that region have gone.
Clinical. Ratajski leaves a bogey. 166. Stephen Bunting, lower leg back against A.D. Lewis.
That would also suggest to me that the third dart went in treble 1, because surely...
Yeah. You switch away afterwards. I don't think Ratajski's that bad a counter, to be honest. Potential break back on the cards here for Stephen Bunting as well. Lewis leaves 1-3-1 after 12. Bunting responds by leaving 76.
I was about to say that Dolan was... The door was ajar, then MVG finds a 171 to leave 138. $133 for Dolan, and we are 138 apiece. Who does the Della?
He promotes.
MVG can't take it out, but leaves double 18.
We did steal Wheel of Fortune. I apologise.
Dolan leaves 36. Good leg from both. But it is Michael Van Gogh, and he gets first stab for a 3-1 lead and consolidate that break of throw. But God, it does go saying. We always say it's not a break unless you hold. And he does.
If Dolan's average keeps going up and he's losing.
Yeah.
And he opens the leg number 5 with a maximum. Darryl Gurney's stayed alive. 5-4 behind now to Christopher Ratajski.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Brendan Dolan, 180. 171. Hold on.
1936.
Hold on. Oh, boo!
I'm not mad at you, Brendan. I'm just disappointed. Lewis wants 50 for another breaker throw. In the game on board. 1, 4, 2. Does break. And now he's throwing for a 4-2 lead once again. Remember Takeshi's Castle. Yeah, more people have been to the moon than have won Takeshi's Castle, I think. Which is the most ridiculous game show in the world. I'm not even sure what the prize was. Did they win anything of note?
Dolan holds, averaging 106. Is the history maker going to do it to MVG again?
Gurney, 106 this time to stay alive. Ratajski sat waiting on 64 for the match. It doesn't go, so 64 then for Christoph Ratajski, the Polish Eagle, to finally complete that last 8 lineup. No! Golden Balls was terrible. Schindler's not playing yet, Mark, because he's waiting to play the winner of Ratajski and Gurney. They're just that far behind. Huge one.
This game's got to be interesting.
The pressure on this 78 for Van Gerwen. Gurney doesn't go. Ratajski 16 then.
Oh, clutch from MVG. That's now 3 of those little combos that haven't gone of late that have gone in this game, Gob.
Gone again, indeed. That ought to hurt when you sat waiting to have a chance at it. Bunting breaks back against AD Lewis as well.
Oh, we've got a stream game. Hold on.
Hallelujah.
So this game between MVG and Brendan Dolan, both players take a bow. This is genius from both.
Christopher Tysky is making a right mess of this.
Making pigs here.
You have 9 darts to take out 64 already. Gurney's in the madhouse.
Brendan Dolan, 129. Tricky finish. Leaves 36, Gob, but the way MVG's been taking these out, 85, dangerous. But gets away with it.
57 outside inside for Van Gerwen.
Yeah.
This has to go for Brendan Dolan. Can't afford to give Van Gerwen this chance to break once again. And it does indeed. Humphrey starts strongly in leg 1 against Wade, 140, ton 85.
Michael should have gone to the 17s, not the... Oh, 5th.
Did Lewis just reel in the fish? Was that a big
Don't know.
fish, chat? I saw him on 70. I looked down. Slip from Humphreys.
Dolan needs 2 trebles minimum. Tons
Wade
not enough.
breaks in the first leg.
Brendan Dolan finds 2 trebles to leave a finish and just tapped MVG on the shoulder and says, you have to go for this. Can't tee it up. Not the best setup for Van Gerwen. Now, is this the little opportunity Brendan Dolan needs to break back? On a 2-darter, if this 70 doesn't go, more darts missed for Van Gerwen. Are we going 4 apiece?
Certainly looks like we're going 4 apiece. In the Bunting-Lewis game, it'll be another break of throw. Bunting's gone 180, ton 180 against the darts to leave 41, and he does go 4 apiece. How these two are only averaging 92 each is beyond me.
Last dart in hand, Brendan Dolan.
How was Darren he won that match?
Last dart in hand, levels. Van Gerwen will be thinking to himself, Bob, I should be out of here. The last 2 legs, he has had darts to win both of them first and has not taken them.
Correct.
And again, I'm just
on that match.
ton 96, 94. Dolan's been steady all day. I'm just thinking we haven't seen Dolan performances like this season. We were just saying only yesterday that maybe he's been the one that's underachieved this year. What a response from MVG, Gob.
Bit good that. 134 makes things interesting.
Yeah.
That doesn't.
It doesn't. It doesn't. The one doesn't matter because he's taking over.
For a 1-2-3.
Yeah.
Bunting can finally hold a leg if he takes that turn, doesn't go, and Lewis is in position to break again. It's been the 5th break in a row, I think.
HJV, that's a very good question. We don't know yet. We haven't worked that bit out.
Is there no Boise tomorrow?
I'm sure it's tomorrow. I'm sure in the away for the whole weekend, including tomorrow.
I can't remember. I don't even know where I am.
We'll worry about that after. Is there a dress code for the PDC? If so, how do you get exemptions? So it used to be collared shirt, black trousers, and shoes back in the day. That has now evolved, Gob, and it still has to be collared shirt. But I believe the wording now is tailored trousers.
Mm-hmm.
So Peter Wright can have his coloured ones and everything.
There was a point where he was just paying a fine per game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Towards charity.
So yeah, I believe they are now tailored trousers. So players can wear grey ones. Wadey wears blue ones a lot. Wright wears whatever he feels like. The Scottish lads wear tartan trousers. As long as they're tailored, they're fine. And black footwear.
It's black. Yeah, it says black footwear or smart shoes, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
MVG is making an absolute pig's ear of this leg, Gob.
Mm-hmm.
After being immaculate in the last leg, he has made an absolute pig's ear. And it looks as if, unless he can take out the fish, we're going all the way where Dolan will have the darts.
We are indeed most likely. We're not going all the way. On board number 2. Adrian Lewis has just beaten Stephen Bunting 6-4. Loads of breaks in that one, but he holds to get over the line with a 13 dart leg. 117, 140, 140, 88, 16 in 1. Okay, I may have been a little bit wrong. I did say Bunting was going to win today. I'll take a quarterfinals from that shout. I'll also take Adrian Lewis into the semi-finals. He's got a little bit of a wait now for the winner of Daryl Gurney and Martin Schindler. Martin Schindler must have been waiting around for at least an hour now, if not more.
If not longer.
For a quarterfinal.
If not longer. Big moments there. Brendan Dolan missed 2 darts to take us to a noble. And MVG punishes. Right, as this is the only game live, we don't often do this, but
Martin Schindler finished his game against Jamie Hughes at 5-3.
Wow. Yeah. Do either of you have a favourite player in darts or one that you like to watch the most? Yeah, look, we're only human. It's no different to football pundits, commentators, and analysts. They all support teams, and look, we're no different. Gob loves James Wade, Gary Anderson.
Correct.
Hayden, how is it lucky if your opponent misses? It's lucky if you get a bounce out or something like that. If your opponent misses, they miss. Shock, Streamboard 2, Martin Schindler, Daryl Gurney.
Pissing around with.
Yeah, everyone knows I'm not a fan of the slow player. He's Luke Humphrey's just making a bit of a charge here, God. Wade's got to be careful.
Yes, what you said. What has he played that?
Luke Humphreys levels up.
No, he didn't.
Three apiece against James Wade.
Scoring power just starting to go the way of Luke Humphreys right now.
Yeah, and get the feeling that Wade had to wait quite a bit, and the last two games he scored really, really well, Gob, and now the average has dropped back down to 87. You can't help but feel that had a part, the gap in between games has had a part to play in this.
Which is why I'm very, very fearful for Martin Schindler.
Yeah, because he was on fire earlier. However, I half expect this 96 to go.
He's missed it once already in this event, in this match. Not that time! Wadey, baby!
Just watching on the stream, Gob, Wade's first start in this game has not been good. It's been low a lot.
Low. Yeah.
Philip says a slight underdog will come through the top half.
Possibly,
Yeah, no, definitely.
but everybody left the seed.
How good would it be to see Adrian Lewis back in a final? much needed final as well.
I joked he was back earlier. Could you imagine?
He's back. This is an interesting one, Gob. If Luke Humphries were to win the event, he would go above Nathan Aspinall.
Ooh. Interesting.
If James Wade were to win the event, he would go back into the top 4 in the world.
Over Van Gerwen?
No, Bully Boy.
Bully Boy.
The rest don't make too big a strides. Dolan has gone above Devon Peterson for the weekend now as well.
Devon must be defending a lot.
Oh, Devon is defending a king's ransom. So this year, Devon is defending £138,000, which is 70% of his ranking money.
Ouch.
A little bit salty. Wade's top 4 ambitions got now needs to win 2 on the spin though.
Yes. Trouble for Zawadi. You just knew it was going to happen as well. Streamboard 1 is potentially a leg away from finishing, and now Streamboard 2 starts.
Yeah.
A good leg from Wadey so far. Turn 40, turn on throw. It's just 65 though. Leaves the door open for a 2 treble visit from Luke Humphries.
No, Jonathan, no, it might not be for 3 months, but at some point this year, he has to defend that money.
That's even worse.
It doesn't matter if it's 3 months, next week, 2 weeks. At some point, you have to defend it. And I'm just looking. So, from between now and September, Devon isn't defending an awful lot. However, from September, he's got 25 grand Euro Tour win, 10 grand World Grand Prix, 32 grand European Championships, 13.5 Grand Slam of Darts, 2.5 Players Championships, 35 at the Worlds.
That's a lot of money.
Yes.
Show me the money.
But, is your boy making a run for home in the decider.
Needs a big visit here. Luke Humphries left 170 after 9. A 140 from Wadey is lovely. Pressure firmly on Luke Humphries. The fish for the match. I expect Wadey to get at least a dart at the bullseye from here.
Missed a dart at the ball, did your boy?
.54 10s or 42 16s?
Oh,
Gone either way.
let's have a look on the stream. The players are defending no money, prize money until we completely get that. Phil, we just said it was just a point that it doesn't matter when you have to defend it. At some point, you've got to.
I actually think the fact that he's not defending anything for the next 3 months is worse for him because it's just going to drop off the face of a cliff. There's going to be no gradual drop.
Yeah. Wadey wired the ball as well. We thought it was there. Slap on the thigh. Luke Humphries, which way did you go? 14. 20. Has to move. Great dart. We get a smile from James. We have the only game live. Schindler against Gurney. So it will be Michael Van Gogh against Luke Humphries. Adrian Lewis will play either Martin Schindler or Daryl Gurney. Jim, if I'm being completely honest, I don't know, because when we're in the venues, we don't get to hear what the pundits are saying. So I don't know how it came across. But, and this isn't a dig at Devon or anything like that, because obviously I haven't heard his. Personally, I'm not a fan of current players being pundits, because I don't feel they give honest enough opinions about what they're seeing. They're always a little bit reserved, because they know they've got to go and share a table with these boys at the next Pro Tour or Euro Tour. So, me personally, I'm not a fan of current players doing that job.
Indeed. Yet, Schindler Gurney's already about to be 2-0 if Schindler can fire in double 16. On the stream yet.
For argument's sake, if Devon had gone in on Gary Anderson about his comments about Joe Cullen, Devon's then got to go to a Pro Tour with him. Where if Wayne, Webby, John Part do it, they're not current players.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Philip, I get it's almost the same in Holland as well, that you've obviously got Coe does a bit, Roland does a bit, but then it's always Raymond comes in and does a bit, Vincent comes in and does a bit, Jan Decker and everyone like that. So I completely get that. But again, I don't know because obviously my German is horrific. When the current players do punditry, are they soft on what they see, or do they call it as they see it? Because very much in the UK, things are dubbed down a gob, aren't they?
Yeah. Everybody's one big friend.
Yeah. Where at least if something happens, Wayne will call it as it is. There are too many penalties nowadays. I need about 3 or 4. Not sure on that one. Mickey Mansell did play. He lost to King Barry, if I remember rightly. Yeah, lost 6-5 to Keen Barry in the last 64. Webby is coming to do a couple of days commentary next week, I think. But playing-wise, he will be back in after the Premier League. The problem is where he does Sky, he can't do any group. But Webby will be back in after the Premier League is done. Darryl Gurney up against it, God. Martin Schindler.
Averaging 81, though. 84.
Yeah.
We've seen that.
Again, I can't help but think the wait around hasn't done. Oh, hold on.
For the 4th time today, he's gone back to back. For the 4th time today.
I like the way you're working.
About to back it up.
Can you, Martin Schindler? Are you going to give Gob his first 9?
About to lose a leg. He has lost the leg.
On for the 9, then stolen away. Yeah, no, Jamie, no, I agree. I think that happens for all football games, whether it's United, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea.
I know you did say your own club there. Plenty of them
Well,
lurking
wait a
about.
minute. Wait a minute. I was going to say, I think it's worse on BT Sport, and we're not in any BT Sport competition, so it doesn't affect us. But I think the Champions League punditry teams on BT, when teams are playing, are horrific.
The worst ones for you lot is the Beeb.
Again, I don't watch the Beeb, so I can't.
Roll like some dross. Jermaine Genus. Yeah, don't start with Genus and Tottenham. There we go.
What is it? Is it the snooker time again? Oh, the Crucible must be coming up, yeah.
Very nearly. Neil Robertson missed the shout this year. Selby's obviously had his own struggles. Not seen enough of Hawkins this year, but he does love the Crucible, as does Kyron Wilson. Ronnie losing first round in Gibraltar. Look, I know it's Gibraltar, I know it's short format, but I'm just not sure if he's got the temperament for a long game at the minute. Judge, potentially.
Is Ronnie world number 1 again, did I see yesterday?
Yeah. He will go to the Crucible as world number 1.
Fairs?
Yeah, but I think Neil Robertson, not Jimmy. For me. Yeah, look, Mark Selby's a lovely bloke, but I cannot stand watching him play snooker.
I'm not going to lie, I am a casual snooker fan. If Ronnie's on, if Judd's on, I'll certainly watch. Or if there's nothing else on, I'll watch. But if Ronnie's on or Judd's on, I'll pay. I know, I'm being disrespectful there. Mark Williams as well.
See, I'm not sure Willow's that. He's a character off the table, but put him
I like
on
when
it,
he starts playing his no-look shots to get out of snookers and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Judd's had an MVG type drop-off this year. Higgins is the other one to keep an eye out for, I think. There you go. Stephen just said it as well.
Don't get me started on him.
No, not a fan, but yeah. Because of the names I've just mentioned that just aren't carrying enough form into this. Too much pressure on Ding Junhui. We're not seeing enough from Willow. We're not seeing enough from Sean Murphy, from Ronnie, from Judd to an extent, from Kyron Wilson, Selby, Ali Carter. And at that point, Higgins is the next.
Yeah. I almost went full Gary Anderson on John Higgins then. How he escaped a big ban is still beyond me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Zhao Jingtong. Who was practicing with Ronnie the other week? One of the young Asian players was practicing with Ronnie up in Sheffield, and I was like, that's dangerous because he looks sharp at the minute as it is.
Who, the young Chinese lad or Ronnie?
Yeah. Yan loses his way a little bit for me. Masters champion, hasn't done an awful lot after that. I used to get called Stephen Lee when I played pool.
He must be due back soon, isn't he?
Was it a 10-year ban? He must have been due back already. Just not sure it can be asked. Started playing pool and stuff for a bit.
Makes me laugh how Stephen Lee still tries to say he didn't do it.
The excuse John Higgins used.
The he went to that meeting with one thing in his mind.
It's a bad time for British journalism, though. It wasn't a million miles away from the entrapment of Sam Allardyce, was it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure Alan McManus knows what Alan McManus is talking about in commentary.
Stephen Lee will complete his suspension, Gob, on the 12th of October 2024.
Is it only 2014 he got banned?
No, 2012. He got 12 years.
Right.
Shindiggity is in the semi-finals, Gob.
Very, very good performance today so far after a big, big wait for Martin Schindler. And he will take on Adrian Lewis for a spot in today's final.
Stephen, maybe on what he's won and what he's achieved, top 4 in the world, but he still went to that meeting with the intention of match fixing.
Well, he's not 4 for me because you've got Ronnie, Hendry, Steve Davis, Alex Higgins. But there's certainly a conversation to be had after those 4.
Yeah. Bingham wasn't Bingham to do with betting on sport? Wasn't he betting on snooker games?
Yeah.
Not a problem. Glad to have you on board. Who is the current German World Cup team? Good question. Well, it's obviously Gabriel Clemens.
No, is it not? I thought Clemens had dropped.
Clemens is still 23.
No, Clemens is 23. Schindler, 53. Hempel, 63. Right now, Martin Schindler is 10 grand better off than Florian Hempel.
So there we have it. Semi-final lineup will be Martin Schindler against Adrian Lewis. Michael van Gerwen against Luke Humphreys. Now might be a time for a quick ad break. If I'm not sat in my seat when we come back, don't panic because I'm going to go for a quick loo break in between as well. So
I was
we'll
going
be
to run
back.
to the shop, which is a little bit further away, but we're not leaving it blank. So you come back and then I'll do a quick shop run.
So we'll be back on the other side of these ad breaks.
Hello. There's absolutely no warning. Those ad breaks are finishing unless your Phil knows what's going on. But yes, we're back. Hello. Waiting now on the two semi-finals to commence, which means it's time for a poll. It's in the chat room for you guys. Who wins from here? What it should be. There it is. Yeah, voting. Near him, coming like Jesus. Can you go away again? We were enjoying looking at your washing machine.
That's right.
Ooh. Mick Schumacher will not race today.
Is that because of his crash yesterday?
Huge crash, yes.
I've got a limited edition of lunar darts. Will they be worth anything? Not sure, to be fair. Depends how many were made of them.
The other problem with the Lunas is they're effectively the budget range. They're not the player use ones. Ooh.
Edition of lunar darts. Will they be worth anything?
Right, Phil. Poll is up. Those semi-finals haven't started yet. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break and run to my local shop because I need something to drink. And there is nothing in this house, unfortunately.
Gob's going
I'll be back
to bolt to the shop. So you guys in the chat room can keep me company. Semi-finals, it will be on board 1, Martin Schindler, Adrian Lewis. Board 2, MVG against Luke Humphreys. Once they are live, we will put them both up on the screen so you can see them. Hart wants Lewis. Head says MVG. Look, I think if MVG beats Luke Humphreys, he wins it. I think this is the most difficult game for MVG, personally. But if he can come through that, then I think he wins. Poll is up and the early voting MVG. My 5 favourite sports to watch in order. This has changed recently, but darts, boxing, football. I'm not going to lie, VAR has massively put me off football. It's too stop-starting for my liking. But football third. Fourth. What would I have fourth? maybe. Cricket. And then golf. For me, that'd be my 5. Where's the coffee? Energy drink on hand. Shouldn't having a good start to the year. Look, Shouldn't A game has been sensational of late. Just looking through what the players averaged: 91, 95, 101, 94. We should be in stall for a couple of cracking semi-finals. Different, Jamie. It wasn't that. It was what it was. Enjoyed the card from Leeds last night. I'm going to watch the React Paul fight this evening. There you go, Quavel goes, do you feel he gets unnecessary abuse and unfair treatment from the crowds? Yeah, look. I don't agree. Look, Gazzy's an absolute top guy. Top fella away from the board. One of the nicest blokes you will ever meet. And yeah, look, it all goes back to that one game at the Grand Slam, and yeah, look, it is unfair. Look, just let him play and let him get on with it. And semi-final one, we have pictures coming up. I like fishing. When did the game start? Literally, we've just got pictures on the MVG game now. So as soon as that clicks, put that one there. Golf or cricket, never got into them. Yeah, look, each to their own, mate. That's just what love the pair of them. All the PDC know, because it creates atmosphere and drama. Phil, you take performance on North American players that I think they've come over and done amazingly well. The CDC have made huge strides themselves in the last 4 or 5 years, and we're now seeing that coming through. There's some fabulous players in America, and we're seeing that, which is great. Nah, there's not, Jamie. It's easy. So we are underway. MVG has the darts. But already the throw is under pressure. And we also have pictures on Lewis and Schindler. So as soon as we know who wins the ball, we will have the other one up as well. What fighting sports? I'm very much a boxing fan. Not really a massive UFC fan. Love Conor McGregor just because of his showmanship, but no, boxing for me. This is a strange leg from Michael van Gerwen. Yeah, we have it both of them now up on screen. So Luke Humphries to break in the opener. Doesn't. Luke. In a leg you've dominated. Gifted it to Michael van Gerwen. Already is that a huge turning point in this game. Of course, the stream is slightly behind, so we'll know what happens on the score before we see it. Let's see how close the darts were for 12 for Humphries. First one literally hugs the wire. Oh, and the other was clattered off of it. Couldn't have got much closer. But is punished by MVG. It's importantly that Luke shares the opening exchanges in this game. Nice Schindler. Oh, that's superb from Luke Humphries, taking out 1-3-2, the champagne shot. And it is 1-1. Martin Schindler looking at tops to seal the opener. He does. Let's have a look at the stream to see how Humphries does the champagne shot. Hi, darling.
Hello. Did you miss me?
It's 25-57, and it is the bullseye. And the way Luke's first dart was sat, it was a good guide to the ball. Luke Humphries should be 2-0 up and is about to be 2-1 behind, I feel. And he is. Bossed the first leg. Missed opportunity. MVG punishes. But it was a good hold of throw from Humphries last time out. So, can he do it again? Do you want Lewis and I'll do MVG?
I'm good with me, darling.
Happy days. No, Price did play today, just lost today.
JB Hughes. Yozza.
Yeah. Wasn't a great game, in fairness.
Why did Shindy just take out then?
So I'll tell you in a minute. So on the stream. Oh, MVG has just missed the ball for a 1-3-2. And then Luke Humphries looking at 24 to level us up. Does level us up 2 apiece. Good game, this. It just takes out 32. Schindler.
Yeah. Eddie Lewis is well up against it right now.
This is the Schindler that we saw before that rather long break.
Mm-hmm. It's also not really the Lewis we've seen all day. And do we think now, just get into him a little bit?
Possibly.
This is a good opportunity for Lewis.
Yeah.
Or he would have seen it as a good opportunity. Not to disrespect Martin Schindler, but two-time world champion that's won as much as Adrian Lewis has.
Yeah, no, agreed. This is turning into a right belter between Michael and Luke. There's a potential break opportunity. Unless MVG can pin 90. Cannot. It's 54. I'm interested to see whether he's scored 54 or whether he's missed 2 darts. Luke. Luke. Genuinely, we've played 5 legs and Luke Humphries could and maybe should be 4-1 up. Well, on the 90, MVG, does he score? No, he just scores 54, doesn't miss a die in that one. Luke Humphries, the 46. Let's have a look how close they are. 14. They are both unlucky. They are well thrown darts.
There is a calmness to A.D. Lewis right now, despite being 3-0 behind. He seems to be struggling to get that first dart up a bit. It's an issue for Lewis. Lewis shouldn't have just gone inside on the 1-2 on the 1-4-8.
Who took price out? That was Jamie Hughes.
Yodza. Again, no checkout for Lewis. Schindler wants double 7 for a 4-0 lead.
And Humphries looking at tops for a level game. We are level. I said, Job, when you were at the shop, for me, this is MVG's. Out of the semi-final and final, this is the most difficult one. I genuinely think if he comes through this, he wins the final.
Depends. If Schindler keeps playing like he is, Schindler's not afraid of Michael. Think about that World Cup performance they've put in against each other before. I'm pretty sure there's a Grand Slam group stage in there as well.
Humphries could do with 2 trebles here. Doesn't find 1.
Uh-oh, we're in trouble.
Michael doesn't either. God, but this is one of these semi-finals that the longer the holds of throw go on, the more the pressure increases on Luke Humphries chasing. There's a slight chance here. MVG doesn't set it up particularly well. And a maximum from Humphreys. The door is open here. Visits of 90, 60 and 80 from Michael Van Gerwen has presented this opportunity. Oh, big moments. That's the clutch, Michael Van Gerwen. The 90. Pressure on because of the maximum from Humphreys. And you'll see it on the stream in a second. And God, I'm pretty sure we're going to get a celebration from MVG for this 90.
Didn't get a reaction from Lewis for the 1-2-1, but he had to step across and ping the ball. It was a fabulous start. Now he's starting to kick on. Turn.
Oh, you cheeky rascal!
Stayed. Oh my. Oh, I don't like that.
No, I don't like it either. Oh.
Oh my God. Look how many just tons on the screen right now.
Oh, Luke Humphreys. This is getting good.
That was a ridiculous. Can we just go back like 20 seconds and just take a screenshot of ton 40, 137? That was ridiculous.
Again, a bit like the leg before, MVG heaped some pressure on with a 171, but Humphreys responds with a 127 in game. $60, 17, and it's right in the middle of the bullseye, and we get a fist pump from Humphreys. I tell you what, I love this sport.
This is crazy. Quick reminder to everybody watching and perhaps the players, this is a race to 7.
Yeah. MVG on the 90 has left 8. Just needs to be careful. It can be a little bit tricky if you start coming inside. Doesn't. Like I says, these 4 are on fire. Absolutely.
Just dropping a bit now for it.
Which way does he go for the 90? Oh, he got... This time on the 90, he tried to do the same again. However, got bit. 25, went for a second 25, and guess where he ended up?
The big one.
In the bullseye.
This is some performance from Martin Schindler.
Yeah. Some performance from Schindler, and combined between MVG and Luke Humphreys, this is a great game. Absolutely superb. 10 legs have gone by in the blink of an eye.
Not sure we're going to get to 10 legs on board 1. Martin Schindler 6-1 up.
And between MVG and Lewis, we're effectively in a best of 3 gob. Old news of the world. Hold your nerve.
Please. not surprised me to see Schindler banging a 171 here. Just 53. Finally, Lewis gets a little bit of a breather on his own throw, but it's just come too late in this match. He just can't get a break.
Again, the standard of the game I'm watching. One poor visit at the start of the leg costing Luke Humphries a chance. This is just sensational. Absolutely sensational. Well, is that the first sign of the pressure on Luke Humphries? Oof. Luke Humphries is praying for a trebleless visit from Michael Van Gerwen. And it arrives. Now needs to jump all over that. Ooh. Ouch. Humphries needs a maximum. Ton, not enough. Michael Van Gerwen, Gob, has 6 starts from 167 to win it. Oh, that's a slip. That's a slip. Luke Humphries, can you tee this up? Don't know if that's enough. No, it's not. Michael Van Gerwen takes out 113 and books his place in the final. What a game between him and Luke Humphries.
Some shot this would be from Adrian Lewis to stay alive. Oh, has he missed a dart at double 18 on the outside? Match darts. Incoming for Schindler. He goes in 3 darts. He defeats A.D. Lewis 7-2. Ridiculous performance from Martin Schindler to beat the former world champion and book his spot in today's final. That was just crazy. Then there were 2.
What do you think of the MVG route for 113, Gob?
Oh, what was it?
57-16 tops.
That's all right.
So we have a final. It will be Michael Van Gerwen taking on Martin Schindler, Gob. Oh, I cannot wait for this.
Darts is the winner. 49% of you in the vote said Van Gerwen would win. 28% of you Schindler. 14 of you Lewis, and just 8% of you were on Luke Humphries.
It's an unreal.
Come on, folks, get in that chat room. Let us know your score predictions for the final. Won't put it up as a poll. There are too many options. Schindler, German, number 1. Not yet, Mace. Clemens is still way ahead of him.
Yeah.
Clemens is on 210k. And Schindler's win moves him up to 53rd on 68k. A win will put him up to 72.25. So he'd move just below Keen Barry in 50th.
Leeds for 80 today. Yeah, look, great day for Adrian Lewis. Answered some questions.
He just looked so much calmer today. Even when it wasn't going his way in that Schindler final. He didn't look like he'd given up. But he also didn't look like he was panicking.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to this. It should be a good final.
Schindler's already won half of the amount of prize money won in 2021 in 2022.
Yeah.
He only won 45 grand last year. He's won 22.75 already.
Just the calm before the storm. Now. No, look, the COVID situation didn't help Adrian Lewis, but there was stuff going on behind the scenes before that.
What's an injury?
Yeah. 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 Yeah, exactly, Mace. 100%. Will MVG become world number 1 again? Fred asks. To do so, he's going to have to win the Worlds. That world spot, because of the money gob, whoever wants to become world number 1 is going to have to win the World Championship. I think you're on mute, darling.
Sorry, I was trying to listen to the F1 discussing.
Yeah.
As long as the PDC are insistent on trying to get the World Championship to £1 million without bringing the rest of the tour up to a sustainable level, yeah, trouble.
Yeah. So, look, if MVG wins the Worlds again, there's a high chance he will become world number one again.
High hopes for a living.
Pro Tours are important to a degree. For the top players, not so much. It's just important they go, make sure they get enough ranking money to be safe and make sure they're at Minehead and stuff like that. But when you're at the top level, your Wrights, your Price, your MVGs, Wade, Smith, you cannot play in everything. You cannot do every Euro Tour, every Pro Tour, Premier League, World Series. You just can't do it. So you have to prioritise and manage your schedule better, God.
Correct. What's the world's worth? Is it 500,000?
Yeah, 500 the world's is.
I want to get 4, obviously, duh. I was looking at Wright's tour card race. I'm wondering why he's only losing 200k between now and after Christmas, but it's because his world doesn't come off to the year after.
To the year after, yeah. No, the Premier League's not ranked, Max. So the ranking money for the Premier League doesn't, or the money doesn't go on your rankings. Who's the worst player you've seen get to a world final? Oh, that's easy. Kirk Shepherd.
Nice bloke, though.
Lovely bloke, but the worst player to get to a PDC World Final is Kirk Shepherd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we Mardle massively underestimated
Shepherd. Yeah.
You think he'd have won it?
What's that?
Do you think he would have won it?
Yeah. I genuinely do.
We ain't got time for that one, Sam.
Oh.
We might do that tomorrow night. I'm not sure anybody has the exact answer right now, but at some point, the way that money falls off the rankings has to change. Points need to be attributed instead of prize money. It needs to move to a points list rather than a rankings list, or something that just means that winning the world championship doesn't put you world number one, because it basically does at the minute. Johnny Clayton won 4 events last year. Admittedly, 2 of them weren't ranked. 3 of them weren't ranked.
But this is the issue about having ranked and non-ranked events.
Issue when decisions are made not for sporting integrity but for commercial benefit. Anyway, the Red Bit 180 on Twitter, one of the group of statisticians that is very, very good on Twitter. If you're not on Twitter or you don't follow there's a very good group of statisticians on there. He's one of them. He says, while Mark Van Gerwen is playing in his 105th Pro Tour final, Martin Schindler is in his first and could become just the second German winner. Max Hopper's won 2 out of his 3 Pro Tour finals. Gabriel Clemens is 0 from 4 in Pro Tour finals, and Martin Schindler is question mark from 1 so far.
Like that.
Time is the final in about a minute and a half. Let's do it. Oh,
Somewhere between.
There's a
It won't be
massive
too
delay
long.
today. Yeah, makes
Yeah,
it like
I
Twain's idea
agree
of
with
a month. It's either that or you lose half after a year.
Yeah, just somewhere kind of in between, or
But as a governing body, organizer, whatever, I actually think that was about 90 seconds from when I said a minute and a half as well. That's spooky, but they are live now. With the PDC so intent and so worried about getting to 1 million for the World Championships and going, look how much prize money you can win and whatever, I don't think they're going to want a rankings list that starts taking money off earlier than it does at the minute.
yeah. Also, like May said in our interview that we did, it's on our YouTube channel, there needs to be some kind of, for me, ranking protection for genuine sporting injuries.
Mm-hmm. As a sport, we have a lot to learn from tennis, I think. Because I believe they run off a point system as well as having cumulative money list. They need it. They have ranking protection, I think. And when they do draws for major events, the top 4, you don't end up with 1 versus 32 constantly when seeds.
Yeah. We are underway.
Yeah, Schindler straight into the trebles as well. Ton to open.
I will talk you through stuff as well as making graphics.
$59. What me? First to have finished then is Marco van Gerwen as he leaves 150. 96 from Schindler leaves 86. I think it might be a little bit too early for Van Gerwen to be thinking about 3 bullseyes though. There's still a little bit of a jolt to Van Gerwen's action, isn't there?
Oh, look, it's not perfect yet.
It does take the first leg. Like Charlie says, if someone gets through a Q score and they get a 2-year card, if they manage to keep it after 2 years, do they get a new 2-year card, or are they at risk of losing it the following year? No, they become at risk of losing it the following year. The minute you break into the top 64 to keep your card, the minute you're out of that at the end of the year, you lose your card.
Yeah. Correct.
And a maximum in this leg of Schindler, but very likely needs to take out this 164. Just a 64 advantage, Van Gerwen. We go 25-25 tops again. Does it need to? Because it goes in 2, which I think means he hit the bullseye first. We'll see that on the stream very, very shortly. And already, despite being absolutely superb today, Martin Schindler finds himself 2-0 behind to Michael Van Gerwen.
Not a place you want to find yourself.
No. Schindler must be close to breaking a 180s record today. I saw this on Twitter a little while ago. It was about 10-15 minutes ago when I saw it, and it was post 25 minutes before that. I think with the semis and the finals to go, he still needed 11. He'd had 22 for the day. No, sorry, Sturgeon. You get 2 years straight out of Q school, no matter what. So if you break into 64 in your first year, you still get a second year to add to that. It's after that. Once you've had your 2 years, the minute you're in the 64, you're at risk of dropping out the year following. Sorry. 3-0, Michael Van Gerwen.
Can he slow down a little bit?
Yeah. He says Simon Whitlock play well. His averages look superb today, but he went down to Damon Hetter, I believe.
Yeah.
Rob O.D. says, I've been impressed with Schindler this past year or so. Thought after he lost his card, he might just sink without a trace, but he has revived his career. He has. And do you know what he's done? Changed his action.
Yeah.
Still sneaking up a little bit. But if you go back and watch footage of Schindler of old, he sets the dart almost above his head. Now it's just above his eye line, but it is a lot lower where you can see it. And I think that makes a massive difference in terms of consistency.
Yeah.
Because if you're a muscle memory thrower, you don't really have a lot of trigger points to know if you're on or not.
Yeah.
It's why someone like Joe Cullen's B game, I don't think, is quite there. If it's on, it's superb. But if it's not, he finds it so long, so difficult for him to get it back almost. And I think that's because he can't see it in the eye line to reset it in the right place. was a break for Schindler. Van Gogh missing a dart at tops for a 114. Schindler stepping in with a 56. He's at it again here, scoring-wise, and he's used the treble 17. Hurrah! Turn 40, 91 to leave 170. Just a 55 from Van Gogh into 6 darts from the big fish for Schindler to get back to 3-2. Oh, Shindy, Shindy, Shindy. Van Gogh punishes, and he's 4-1 up. And after working so hard to get a break back, he was in position for a solid hold on his own throw. Made a mistake and was punished by the former world champion. Just needs to stay calm here as well. First final. It's average of 97. He's not playing horrendous, but very easy to lose your composure.
Yeah.
Especially if Van Gogh starts making a little bit of noise.
Yeah.
The odd celebration. Are these Schindler's own darts yet, or is he still throwing Benito's Van der passes?
I'm not sure, to be fair.
Once again, was in a decent position. 4 straight tons left the 101, but the pressure comes from Van Gogh. Oh, and the 70 doesn't go. If that gone, 5-1. Thinking maybe there's only one winner in this. But this 52 has to go for Martin Schindler. He has to get this break straight back. Oh, and he's gone inside on the 16s again. These are his balls darts. Perfect. I know he was using Van der Pas for a while. Marked one of his games at the Dev Tour while he was throwing them. Looked ridiculous. 5-1 then, Michael Van Gogh, and he's just 3 legs away from yet another Pro Tour title. Just starts edging him further away from the chasing back for that 3rd spot in the world. Currently £8,500 clear of Michael Smith. And we have another roar from Van Gogh, and as he took that last checkout out. And Schindler's not the biggest of people in size either, so it's not. Can't really pump your chest out a little bit.
Yeah.
So you're still ready for it. I have noticed the absence of a exclusion zone this weekend. There is normally one at.
It's normally taped on the floor.
Yeah,
there's not a physical carpet.
I've only noticed that because Van Gogh is getting very, very close to Schindler. Schindler gets his second leg on the board. Andrew says, are we going to Lakeside next week for any of the days? Phil's doing the opening weekend and the final. And Lee will be doing everything in between.
Boyce is doing the final as well.
Yeah. I will be in Reading for the World Seniors qualifier. Mace, are you there?
No, because I think he's at the Live League.
Again? Oh, Mace, what are you doing to me?
Everyone else is on Pro Tour.
Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Busy week.
Tell me about it.
What a treat this is. Agreed. Yeah. Couldn't agree more, chat room. Ooh. No big fish for Schindler, and Van Gogh wants 32. 6-2 lead. Let's go. Nothing's flashing yellow. Is there an issue with Dark Connect?
I think it's been clunky all day.
Yeah. Not seeing the flash yellow with the number next to it to tell you how many darts they're taking these out with. Another 180 for Martin Schindler. He must be approaching the record. If anybody's watching or anybody on the Twitter can let us know. I'm going to have a quick look. Counting from Van Gerwen. Six-3 then. A big leg coming up. Schindler's got to start finding these breaks, and a 140 from Van Gerwen. Another 180 for Schindler. That first start is in. If the man is just not missing. We've seen him go back to back 4 times today, just while we've been watching him. Make that 5. Could we? Could we? so many noise complaints from my neighbour, but if this goes in, I'm going to shout very loudly. One, 4-1. Oh, he just missed it. He's changed his route and he's missed it again. Oh. Before the semi-finals, Macy hit 22. Doesn't go in 9, but Schindler does take out a 4 visit leg. So yesterday, AD Lewis missed inside. We saw somebody else miss outside. We saw Barney hit one. We've seen Schindler go back-to-back for a 5th time today. Oh, he didn't miss a dart for it. I'll let him off. He went 20, 25, treble 20. Counting needed because you've opened up of a 95. Don't need to count when just firing a 180. That'll do. This will be a big hole. This will be 6-5. Would love a clean kill here. Just faffing around with it. Misses a dart at 7-7 on the outside, I think. Oh, mate. Barney still got it ridiculously.
Oh, that stings.
Huge. Huge.
Just as I was starting to panic and trying to find a picture of Martin Schindler.
All that work and you've only done one graphic?
Oh, I'm going to show you it today. Wait a minute. Let me send you. I've gone fancy.
Didn't go fancy for Gezi yesterday. Do you not like him?
Yeah, I did. I topped him out and everything.
Yeah, but the crop on top of his head.
That's what I said. I haven't finished it yet, but that's what I'm just showing you the.
Yeah, and it's leaked into his name. 177 for Van Gogh, and to leave 132, Martin Schindler cannot leave a finish from here. And at least 6 darts for Van Gogh to wrap up the title. Leaves tops. I hesitate to say job done. It'd be very, very apt if Martin Schindler's last 3 darts of the day were a 180. As he hits 59. Only 1 treble, 2 trebles in this leg. Not enough. And Van Gogh, 13 dart leg, wins Players' Championship number 8. Beats Martin Schindler in his first ever Pro Tour final. I think if Schindler gets anywhere near the number of Pro Tour finals Van Gogh's been in, he'll be a very, very happy man at the end of his career, because that was MVP's 105th Pro Tour final, and he wins it in superb fashion. 84, 102 match average for the Green Machine. Wraps up a superb day of Pro Tour action, a weekend where quite a few players opted to skip. There was 19 replacements at start of play yesterday and today. Quarterfinals, it was an all-seeded affair. but Van Gerwen picks up his second title of the year, Phil. And I think now we can firmly say he's back.
Well, I was going to say, that's a Pro Tour title, a Euro Tour title, wins in the Premier League.
Premier League don't count. Everybody's winning in the Premier League.
But he's won 2.
My dad's bigger than your dad. Where's it gone?
What's that?
Where's it gone?
Where's what gone?
The rest of Dan Dawson. He looks very good.
Yeah. But there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. What a day of darting action, and massively thank you all for supporting us through the day. We have had an absolute blast today, and I shit you not, the next 10 days you are going to be sick of the sight of us. It is absolutely manic, gob, that we are going to be everywhere doing what we do, from Lakeside to the Live League to the PDC to the World Seniors. We will be absolutely everywhere. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. We have you covered on absolutely everything. It's going to be a pleasure steering you through it all. But we have been Online Darts. Thank you very much for joining us. Happy Mother's Day again to all the mums that have been in the chat room that have joined us as well. Thank you very much for taking time out on a Sunday to spend time with us. Remember, Live Lounge tomorrow. All the talking points. There's a few of them. I've been Phil Bars, Jack Doby Garwood. Everyone, enjoy your Sunday. And that is us signing out.
Take it to the next level.